works out, I'm a little bit worried. Ever so slightly. Just a little bit. But I am worried. I genuinely don't know what to think. I don't know what to make of this. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalonia, and welcome back to each one of it. Of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, remember to slap that like button, hit that subscribe button, and as always, come over to Twitch. It is more fun when it's live. I promise you that. It is definitely more fun when it is live. I'm worried. I am worried. I don't know why. I just have this feeling in my fucking gut that I'm not going to be happy with this cinematic. It's going to be another Tildrassil fiasco. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to expect. I don't know. Yeah, so anything can happen here. Fair and well, how you doing? Thank you very much for being here. Happy to have you here. Don't spoil it for me just yet, please. I want to live for a minute in my I guess one could say in my ignorance. I don't know why. I have a feeling I'm not going to like the cinematic. Your Lady Knight, how you doing? Thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Diffin, how you doing, brother? Insta-click the stream. Wait. Love you for that. Thank you very much. Blazing Burrito. Thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. I liked it, but not expected this. We'll see. Don't spoil it for me. Let me just be in my ignorance for a short while. Let me just be in my ignorance for a short while, and then we'll do... I will get into it, I promise. I'm gonna watch it, obviously. Obviously gonna be watching it. And we're gonna react to it. We're gonna analyze it. If there is anything to even fucking analyze, it all depends, right? Look, the reason I am... The shit is crazy. You're gonna shit, bro. Pyro was enraged because of this. The reason I'm worried is this is the same thing that I had with Tildrassil. Tildrassil had all this build-up. It was going to be off the hook. It was going to be insane. And Blizzard ended up taking the easiest way out, right? That's why I'm worried. That's why I've been worried since yesterday. That's why yesterday I said I'm worried about the outcome of this. Because... anything can fucking happen, and Blizzard tends to go with the easiest possible fucking stories. So we'll see. I'm not saying that it's gonna be bad. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I have not seen it. I've stayed away from Twitter. I've legitimately the only tweets that I've literally gone into Twitter, open tweet now, and wrote tweets. I've not read anything because I did not want to be impacted at all. I didn't even want to see people go, this is shit, this is good, this is anything. I tried to stay away from everything. So hopefully I've done enough to not get completely and utterly fucking spoiled for the cinematic. Of course, sadly it is the internet, and if I keep... like, if I don't watch it for long enough, I'm gonna get spoiled. So yeah, Zarakan, good morning from Alaska. Asko, good morning. How you doing? Alaska's fucking beautiful, by the way. So a little bit jealous, just a little bit. Easy Bread, how you doing? Watch the Garrus one first. We're gonna start. I'm not gonna start with the Sylvanas one. I'm not a fucking monster. What do you think I am? Neoran, thank you so much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. I want to see that reaction. I'm going to start with the ones that I don't care about first. I'm going to start with the ones that's more fun and sort of relaxing. I'm not going to get right into the one that's probably going to ruin my fucking day, right? Afternoon, got curious after I saw your first tweet at 12 a.m. Sandrasi, how you doing? Mr. Android, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Picarco, how you doing? Lofi, how you doing? Gentlemen, how you doing? Natalie, I saw you stayed awake. Don't watch Garros. It's a travesty. I mean, we'll see. I'm not gonna like put myself out there too much. I just want to see what the fuck this is about. Natalie Frost, thank you so much. Tier 1 sub, really fucking appreciate 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. And she dropped them out. I don't care about Garrosh. It's a lie, but still. Ackland, what's up? Mordred, how you doing? So I'm just waiting for everyone to sort of filter in. As soon as everyone's here, we'll get going. Although this is the quickest I've ever reached 100 viewers in my life. Usually it takes about half an hour. So it's clear that a lot of people are looking forward to this. Are most of you just here to see my disappointment? Because I feel like I'm going to be disappointed. I've already built it up in my mind. I couldn't sleep last night. That's how bad it got. Like, I legitimately just, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking to myself about all the ways that Blizzard could fuck this up. I just kept thinking, how can Blizzard fuck this up? Go watch Sylvanas defeat cinematic. Erroneous, we are going to get to it, I promise. We are going to watch all of it. Let's name the death rates the devs are receiving. Wait, devs are receiving death rates? How fucking stupid do you have to be to think that's an okay fucking response? I mean, do you think your death rate is going to change anything? Okay, congratulations, you've just got blocked, because I know that's what Christy Golden does at least. She's done it every other cinematic that she's released. She's just blocked the people. So, congratulations, your voice just got completely fucking lost. And Terran? Terran is the last person that deserves any sort of fucking hate. He doesn't write the stories, by the way. He just makes the cinematics based on what the storytelling team tells him to make the cinematics about. Alright, I'm going to start with the Garrosh one. And then I'll watch Sylvanas' one. Does anyone have a problem with that? Does anyone feel like that's the wrong thing to do? I don't want to spoil the Sylvanas one for myself yet. I'm living currently in a state of bliss, right? Blissful ignorance is where I live right now. Yeah? I don't have to worry about anything. I haven't seen the complete fuck up that apparently everyone is talking about. If they've received death rates, it must mean that people are angry. I don't know who's angry, though. Wood, thanks for the Prime sub. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You do you. Let's go. All right, I'm assuming everyone is here. 177 viewers. This is fucking insane. This is insane. So thank you so much for everyone that has made their way here. Okay. I am officially terrified and mortified for today. So just a quick backstory for everyone that just newly joined now. I have not seen these cinematics yet. Last night I tried to stay up as long as possible to get them. I was just too tired. When it got to 3 a.m. I was like, no, screw this. I'm going bed now. So I went to bed, I woke up today, and I immediately saw just a crazy amount of notifications on my Twitter, and I was like, nope, I'm not reading that, right? So I just immediately yipped out of the entire Twitter conversation. Just decided, no, that's going to spoil a lot of things for me, and I don't want anything spoiled. So we're going to start with the Garrosh cinematic, because I don't want to spoil the Sylvanas one just yet. If I am going to get angry, I would like to get angry at the end of the stream, not at the beginning of the stream. Well, actually, not even the end. If I get in such a rage that I have to end the stream, I at least want to say that I've reacted to all of the cinematics, right, before that happens. So that's sort of the goal with this right now. Iron Woman, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that, let's pause the music. And let's go.
They said I must answer for my crimes. Repent for my sins. But every choice I made, I would proudly make again. You will submit. I submit to no one. Not you! Not the jailer!
Oh,
And
shit!
not that coward thrall!
Oh my god!
For the Horde!
Alright, that's a cool cinematic. But where's... Did Garrosh just sacrifice himself to kill that dude? Wait. Did Garrosh just sacrifice himself to kill that dude? Because it's now just fucking Ash. Quite sad. I do like the fact that even in death, Garrosh goes, for the Horde, bro. For the Horde. I like that. I genuinely like that. I want to...
I must answer for my crimes.
There are no crimes.
Repent for my sins.
There are no sins.
But every choice I made, I would proudly make again.
Yes.
You will submit. I submit to no one. Not you. Not the
Oh my god, this guy is badass,
not
dude.
that coward thrall. For the Horde!
I mean, I'm sorry, but Garrosh is kind of badass. Garrosh is kind of badass. I like the fact that he says that he will not submit to anyone. That what's most importantly here, he will not submit to the coward thrall. Now, that was an interesting line. And it sort of makes you wonder, how long have we as the players, how long have we been going down what one could probably consider as the wrong path, right? Like, how long have we been going down the wrong path? If Garrosh he's not repenting for any of the decisions that he's made. He doesn't care. He's not upset. He will do it all again, no matter what. I mean, I can't help but feel like it is just another, what's the English word I'm looking for? It's way too early in the morning for this. I can't help but feel like this is another sort of nail in the coffin of the Shadowlands. The way the Shadowlands does things, the way the Shadowlands view things. Right? Their idea of good versus bad, or compliant versus sort of what's the opposite of compliant again? Complacent, right? So the Shadowlands wants complacency. This is the sense that I get from the Shadowlands. They want people that is complacent, that will simply go along with the status quo. So anyone that sort of challenges the status quo needs to be yeeted out immediately. They simply do not want that. And this is where Garrosh would fall in. Garrosh, even after all of his torture, and we saw in the opening cinematics of Shadowlands how much he's been tortured, how much he's been drained of anima, basically used as an anima battery, right? And after all of that, he still refuses to become complacent. He still refuses to fall in line. After all of that, he maintains for the Horde. He maintains that he did nothing wrong and he will not repent for the sins that they accuse him of. And I can't help but think that towards the end, we might see Kel'Thas going the exact same route as Garrosh, realizing that he's been played. Realizing that this is all bollocks. So that's sort of my thoughts on this cinematic. Really cool cinematic. Very short. Doesn't seem like a lot of effort was put into it. It does appear as if it was just to sort of give Garrosh his final moment. But still interesting lines and interesting thoughts, I suppose. So yeah, what did you guys think of the Garrosh one? Most of you probably have watched it already. So what were your thoughts on the Garrosh cinematic before we jump into the Sylvanas one? I know most of you are here for the Sylvanas one, but, you know, as most people say, you know, as in life, as in love, always leave them wanting less. So what did you guys think? Hate him. I'm glad he is dead. He is dead for sure. How could you hate Garrosh? Stinky man. Do the big tough. Both are good. Loved it. It was great. True to his character. Sad night last night, man. I thought it would have been so much bigger. Raid was fun though. First time seeing it. Thought the Garrosh cinematic was fitting. It was too short. Glad to see he's stuck to his beliefs. Yeah. Okay. Am I ready for this? I have not seen the cinematics, mate. Not at all. I've not watched a single one of them. I fell asleep before they came out, and I woke up about an hour and a half ago. So I've not seen anything. This is me. This is my first time. I'm watching this with the rest of you right now live. I don't know if I'm ready. Let me take a sip of tea and... If this cinematic is another Tildrassil disaster, I am gonna lose my fucking shit. I just want to say that before we even get into it. If this happens the same way that fucking Tildrassil happened, I am going to be fucking livid. This is now 5 years in the making. I don't know why, but I have this sneaky suspicion that shit's not gonna go well for me. Because it's never gone well for me. Whenever Blizzard does anything with a major plotline, it falls fucking flat on its ass, right? So just wanted to put that out there. I've been worried about this. I've been saying it since yesterday. I am worried. So if this is another Tildrassil disaster, I'm going to be livid. I'm going to be fucking pissed. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this, but yeah, let's fucking go, I suppose. Wait, someone said I have to put on the subtitles, right? The music's very fucking loud. Holy shit. The music is it's quite overbearing, and it's not like the jailer. He does not project. Whenever he speaks, he does not understand that the rooms are big and he needs to project. He needs to speak so everyone can hear. The guy speaks in his mouth. It's very, very annoying. And then the music is incredible. But all right, the Dark Lady looks amazing, just by the way. The Dark Lady looks absolutely amazing. Oh, shit!
Is once again mine.
Fucking badass, bro!
The way is open, Zobor! We already have what we need!
Too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. I will forge a new reality, where all shall serve.
Oh.
Serve.
Oh, shit! What the fuck, bro?
I will never serve.
Bad fucking ass.
Still shame my mortality. You did help restore something stolen from me. Allow me to repay you.
Oh my fuck. He just made her whole.
To their mercy. Come. Be the first.
He just...
Witness reality's end.
Cannot let him reach me.
So I'm kind of fucking speechless. I am kind of speechless. Turns out we were sort of right about some of our speculation, but that's not hard because we've speculated literally every single way we could on this. So it's not. I have no words. I have. This is not how I thought things would go at all. But I am not disappointed. I'm not disappointed at all. That blue spirit is a soul. That's her soul. That's the other part of her soul that was never returned to her. That's what that blue crystal is. I genuinely did think it would go differently. I did not think that it would go quite like that. Allow me to repay you in kind. That's literally what he just did. He took the part of her soul that was stolen by Arthas, but there's a moment, and this is not even the analysis. This is just me still fucking reacting to this. I need a drink. I need to watch this again. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. I'm gonna have to watch this again. Blizzard have done exactly what I thought they were gonna do. They set up the new big bad. The jailer is the new big bad. He's here, right? I don't exactly know what's been going on here with Sylvanas. I'm gonna have to watch it again a few times before we actually see. Because as it turns out, she really did not think that he was using her. Remember, we sort of said that we think Sylvanas is using him. And as it turns out, no. He was using her. He was basically playing... well, right there at the end, she's basically telling them, you cannot let him reach the sepulchre. But... we've also been vindicated in a way. And I'll get into that when we finally go to the analysis bit of this. Guys, I do apologize. I'm completely out of it. I have so many thoughts running through my mind right now, and I don't know where to put which thoughts. I'm not entirely sure. But we've been vindicated. Sylvanas was never herself. She was never whole. The fact that, okay, so we're going to see a completely different, let me just be very clear. The sepulchre. She's telling them he cannot reach the sepulchre. If I am correct, and this is all I'm going to say on that, but if I am correct, the sepulchre is where mass reorigination lies. much like the engines of re-origination that we have on Azeroth. You know, if it's triggered, it will re-originate the entirety of Azeroth. The Sepulchre is named, this is big brain theory, but the Sepulchre is named because it's the grave of the universe. So it's called the Sepulchre of the First Ones, but it's not the Sepulchre of the First Ones. It's where the universe dies and is reborn if it turns out that things are wrong. So effectively, what Sylvanas is telling him here is you cannot let him reach the Sepulchre. If he reaches the Sepulchre, he will trigger re-origination of the universe, which, just FYI, I'm not saying Blizzard will do this. The chances are Blizzard will not do this, but Blizzard could do this, right? Blizzard could decide to restart all of it. Just have re-origination trigger, because that's sort of the only place I can see the next expansion go. After this, what can only be described as a complete and utter fuck up. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do the analysis in a minute. Oh, wow. I did not expect any of this. I genuinely did not expect this cinematic. We did. D-Wolf, we did watch the Garrosh cinematic. Okay, we're going to watch this a couple more times. I hope that you don't mind. But I'm going to have to watch it a couple more times before I can do any sort of analysis on this. Thank you so much to everyone that is following. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you. I'm why was anyone disappointed in this? Can I just ask, why was anyone disappointed in this? I am not disappointed at all. Like, not even a bit, not even a little bit. I think it's the perfect ending for everything that I thought could have happened, for everything that I thought could have played out. I've been wondering, how is Blizzard going to redeem Sylvanas, right? I've been wondering about that. I've also been wondering about how exactly Sylvanas is going to turn against the jailer, right? The way they did it, while yes, slightly lazy, I'll be honest about that. There was definitely better ways to do that, right? I'm not going to say that it's the best way that Blizzard could do it. We've actually come up on this channel. We've come up with better ways of doing it, right? We've gone into how Blizzard can set it up absolutely amazingly well so that everyone is sort of sold on it 100%, right? But considering Tildrassil and considering all of the other horrible stories we've gotten, this is not the worst one yet. In fact, I think this is actually pretty good. It showcases two very unique things here. The first being, anyone that's sort of going now, so Sylvanas was just a stupid bitch that didn't know what she was doing. Yes. Because Sylvanas was never truly Sylvanas. She was not even half a Sylvanas. The Winter Queen called her an empty shell. Right? That's literally an empty soul. So there wasn't even half of her. There was almost none of her. It was just her hatred. So yes, she was guided by hatred. So the fact that Zuval could play her makes sense, right? We'd have to see what Sylvanas is like now that she's been reunited with her other parts, right? With the full spirit and soul that was Sylvanas Windrunner. We're going to have to wait and see if that is something that happens. Just don't see any sense in Sylvanas Redemption. Pyro was disappointed about the first one lore mostly. The Jailer's line about them. Like I said, I would have to watch it a couple more times. So we'll get into that straight away. Let me just very quickly upload these reactions to Alex so that he can start editing them for YouTube as quickly as fucking humanly possible. We've already missed out on 24 hours of these cinematic reactions. So I don't want to miss out too much more. OBS recordings. Go. Okay. They're up now. There we go. Okay, Alex should be able to edit them quick. She is still undead, right? Just made whole? Yes, yes. No, she's not been brought back to life, although there is something interesting with her eyes right at the end that we'll definitely get into. That, to me, Sour Smash, is actually the mark of a very good cinematic. When you are left with more questions than answers. Because it opens the way to more speculation, which is obviously what all of us fucking want. We want more speculation. More readily available. So yeah, definitely looking forward to fucking watching this again. Okay. Here we go. I want to watch it again. I just, yeah, from the get-go, I'm very excited about the fact that this bitch is finally dead. I'm so glad that the Arbiter is now no longer online, or hopefully no longer as powerful. Anyways, we'll watch it a couple of times just so I can get my mind in a place where I can do actual analysis, because right now there are so many thoughts running through my mind, bro. Never mind. Speculation is already fucking starting, so never mind. I'm not going to get into analysis here and speculation. We'll keep watching. I sort of already want to start fucking analyze things that I see.
Once again.
Good. He looks so fucking good, bro. Jesus.
The way is open, Zovol! We already have what we need!
Too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. I will forge a new reality where all shall serve.
I will never serve.
Still chained by mortality.
My God, bro.
Did help restore something stolen from me. Allow me to repay you in kind. To their mercy. Come, be the first to witness reality's end.
Cannot let him reach me.
Okay, again. That is important. Oh my God, bro.
The way is open, Zovol! We already have what we need!
Her voice is different.
I endured the Maker's flawed design. I I will forge a new reality where all shall serve.
I will never serve.
Still chained by mortality. You did help restore something.
Oh my god, this is...
Allow me to repay you in kind. I leave you to their mercy. Come, be the first to witness reality's end.
Cannot let him reach me.
Alright, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to begin the analysis. I think so. Ghost Variant and Ando Wayne. I genuinely don't know. So first things first. This cinematic proves a number of things, right? It confirms a number of things that we've been talking about for quite a long time. Now, remember, there's no... I'm not doing anything like I called it, I told you so, because that would be unfair. I speculate about things from A to Z, right? I run through every possible scenario usually in my videos. So the chances of me not calling something after 9 months is slim to none. But then if I called something, there's a chance that there's about 9 or 10 other videos that's completely wrong because I called something different in those videos. So that's sort of just to put that out there right away, right? I'm not saying I called this or I said this, but one of our very first speculation theories was, and this is just not just me, that the orb inside the Arbiter belonged to Zuval. It's what made Zuval who he is, right? Digit, why are you saying F? Did the stream die? Oh, I do apologize. I don't know. Twitch is being all sorts of fucking all sorts of weird. I don't know what's going on here. But yeah, Twitch is being very weird for me. Okay, so I'm gonna do the analysis now. I'm gonna dive into what I think this story is about, and I'm gonna dive into what I think is the most important parts of this story. I'm bound to miss things. I'm bound to make mistakes. But this is just raw analysis of what I've seen so far. So let's go. First things first, look at that orb. The orb that was inside the Arbiter all this time. Now, there's something strange that's going on here. We know that Zuval have been collecting all of these sigils, right? He's been collecting the sigils from every single one of the Eternal Ones. And chances are, this is what was required in order to open the way. So he cannot open the way to the sepulchre of the First Ones without all of the keys to do so. The biggest question that needs to be answered, is this orb his orb? Or is it just another sigil? So in other words, it's just another sigil that he is using in order to open the way. It has nothing to do with him. The fact that this orb makes him whole, that is interesting. Up until now, there's been no changes to him, no matter how many sigils he's collected. So my first thought may have been, and that was when I first watched the cinematic, my first thought was the sigils was all part of him once. So all of these sigils were actually part of him. And once all of the sigils were restored to him, he finally got his final form back, right? What he looked like before he was conquered and the sigils were sort of divided amongst many Eternal Ones rather than just the one. However, that would have meant that every sigil he got would have changed him in one way or another, right? Maybe one would have removed the chains. Another one would have given him armor on his hands. Another one would have given him armor on his legs. Instead, none of the sigils did anything to him, right? It didn't change him in any way, shape, or form, except for this one. When he got this one, he changed completely. He got into his final form. Notice the symbol on the sigil. Infinity. Right? The never-ending cycle. So if this was once his sigil, if that's correct, and this was his sigil, then our speculation that he was the first, that he was the ruler, the leader of the Shadowlands is correct. That's why his sigil is the sigil of eternity, is the sigil of rebirth, the sigil of infinity. Because he is the beginning, he is the end. In many ways, he is Ouroboros, right? He is from the start, the Alpha, the Omega. So he was made first. This is why he's described as a Titan plus. Right? That's why he's described that way. Because he was first. He will be last. Very interesting to think about, at least.
The final is once again mine.
The final key is once again mine. This suggests that he's had these keys before. That's something the Eternal Ones did not tell us. The Eternal Ones told us that he wanted all of the keys, and then he resorted to violence in order to get the keys. But they never told us that he actually at one point had all of the keys. So him saying the final key is once again mine, I'm going to contradict myself here and suggest, what if he's only talking about the final key, as in this key, his sigil, the thing that was taken from him is once again his, right? Because it remakes him. Something very interesting about his remaking, though, notice the armor. Very odd and wieldy Drust, that chest plate right there. I mean, it looks almost wooden in a way. Some parts of his armor doesn't look Drust, however. But there is a Drust feeling to this. So could we argue, remember we've known that the Drust were once druids who started to serve death. And this is why they were basically banished to the in-between. They were banished to neither ever be alive or ever truly be dead. They were sort of banished to the in-between. So could it be that the Drust was his original followers? The Drust were the original people that followed Zuval. I would argue that makes a lot of sense. Considering this armor, the Drust models themselves after this. All of their armors look exactly like this, or at least is modeled to look similar. As I said, it's not fully Dross though, because you can look at the rest of this and see that it's also more death-like than any of the other Eternal ones, which I think is, again, something that I'm just going to point out here. I do not believe that the Eternal ones were the first. I do not believe that the Eternal ones belongs inside the realms of death. In fact, perhaps far more now. I don't think that this is the realms of death, to be honest. Because looking at Zuval's armor, he's the only being that looks like he belongs in the death realms. All of the others, the Archon, the Winter Queen, not much death themes in that. Just from a theme perspective. I'm not saying that it is true. I'm just talking about from a themes perspective, they don't look like death. The Primus is the only one that somewhat resembles a death being, but now that he has his beard, that's also gone out the window, right? So, look at the portal though. Notice the portal. Does this remind anyone of something? Because my first thought was light. When I saw this portal, my first thought was the light. It's got a Titanesque thing to it, but there's a light feeling to it. It's as if this leads to the realms of light. Now remember the Titans, and remember what the Titans said. At the beginning, there was an ocean of light. And then the ocean of light exploded outwards that created all the planets, and everything that we see in our universe today started within the ocean of light. So what if the sepulcher of the first ones is at the center of the realms of light? I'm not saying that's true. We don't know anything about the first ones, but it is very interesting. It does resemble a clock, actually. Alan, very good catch. It does give you a sort of... It's not 100% a clock, obviously, but you do get a feeling that there's something with time here. It's something with light here. It's the combination or the culmination of order, as in Titanesque, light, and time that would once again go into order. But if you think about the creation of the universe, those things would have been required in order to create a universe. So there's a weird mixture going on here. The fact also, and this of course is fueled by the fact that we know Zuval somehow has a hard-on for characters of the light. Don't know why, but he does seem to have a hard-on for characters of the light. The Clockmaker, the problem with the Clockmaker is, even though Zuval would be a Titan++, could he really challenge the Clockmaker? You know, if Blizzard is even ready to reveal the creator of our universe to us, would he be capable of challenging such a being of such power, right? We're almost definitely going to a Titan homeworld next. Almost definitely. That portal is almost guaranteed going to lead to a Titan homeworld, which we may either go to in this expansion, or Blizzard may decide that that is an expansion all on its own, which I personally would love. Of course, the question becomes, what would be the rest of this expansion if Zuval is not the one that we chase? But there's many things they can put here. The one thing I do not want from Blizzard is to end Zuval in this expansion. I do not think that Zuval should end in this expansion. The universe needs a new big bad. We need a new Sargeras. Something that can sort of push the story even if he's not directly involved in it. So, like Sargeras, a lot of the things that we've dealt with over the past expansions have been because of Sargeras, but he was never literally involved in those things, right? We didn't fight him directly. So I do think that's something that is required now, at least from where I sit, and at least what I think the story requires is a new big bad, and he could be the perfect new big bad, which would make us eventually turn to Sargeras for answers, because Sargeras may have been one of the only ones that led this fight against him. We never know. Remember, the only recollections we have of Sargeras and what Sargeras have been doing is what he told the Titans eons ago, when he was told about the Void Lords and that all worlds should be destroyed because the Void Lords are trying to corrupt a Titan. We haven't heard his justification since. Sargeras may have figured out what's been going on. He may have figured out that the jailer has been doing this big brain play, and he just never told anyone because no one would work with him. So he's been amassing his own army, an army that the jailer would not be able to get his hands on. So this might be the perfect chance for Blizzard to redeem Sargeras and bring him back into the fold, sort of like the craziest anti-hero you could ever fucking think of, right? But anyways, let's continue. That's just all the thoughts that's going through my head right now. Just look how quickly this happens. Now that he is back at full strength, does it make sense now why he is called a Titan++? In order to control Anduin, he required a Mournblade. The Mournblade would be the thing that he would use in order to control Anduin, in order to make Anduin serve. With these, it's literally Neil. Chains, blue eyes, completely dominated instantly. There's no fight. There's no arguing. It's literally just bam, Neil, done. The eyes are blue. They're completely dominated instantly. That is probably why he is called a Titan++. Because that is how quickly he controls everyone. He can dominate the whole universe, but this is where it gets really, really interesting.
The way is open, Zovol! We already have what we need!
Her voice is different. I don't know why, but her accent seems different in this one. And her voice seems different in this one. I'm not entirely sure why, but there's definitely a difference in her voice. What's even more important to me, and what I think is even more important in this, is Sylvanas. She doesn't have time for what he's trying to do now. Which again is rather interesting. If Sylvanas Sylvanas have not killed anyone yet, this entire expansion of the major NPCs. Not talking about the elves. Yes, people are going to get really pissed when I say she hasn't killed anyone yet. But the way is open, Zaval. We have what we need. Why are you trying to kill them? Just leave them. We know what we want to do. Just go. Let's just do it. Right? You don't have to kill them. They will understand eventually, most likely. That's the argument that I'm making here. She's trying to say, leave them. If we do what we do, if we finish what we do, it'll be over. It'll be done. Right? And they will understand why we've done it.
Way is open, Zovol! We already have what we need!
Too long I endured the Maker's flawed design.
Now, too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. The question is, what is he referring to? Is he referring to the cycle of life and death? If we are to go by what the brokers call it, the brokers believe, unlike the Titans, remember the Titans see the universe as light versus void, right? The way the Chronicles describe the universe, it's a light v void sort of battle for the heart of the living. However, when you look at the brokers and you read their books, right, or their pages, and we sort of got a bit of spoilers about the brokers' new Grimoire of the Shadowlands and beyond. If you read their book, they actually posit that no, the universe is actually life and death. And the way the universe was set up is that every living being will go to death and then be reborn to live again. So it's an endless cycle that just always continues and never ends, right? So that's what he's referring to here. Too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. Now, I believe what he's referring to is the infinity nature of it. So the idea that death is not the final, life is not the final. It is sort of a balancing act between the two at all times. Whereas he believes that death is the ultimate. So there should not be life, there should be only death, which is quite an interesting reveal. Something we've posited before, but not something that's been confirmed yet to us. So it's nice to see it confirmed.
I will forge a new reality.
In this moment, Sylvanas looks towards Anduin. I will forge a new reality. This is the moment she realizes that she's being played. She's been played this whole time. It's clear that what she wanted and what Zuval said he wanted is not the same thing. And Giant Rat Guy, you are correct here. Her last encounter with Anduin, when Anduin was still Anduin, Anduin told her, how do you know the jailer is not just using you as a weapon? Right? And she, at that point, did not even give it a second thought. She did not think that he would have. Now, for anyone that is immediately thinking to themselves, screw that, this just proves that she's stupid and she didn't know what she's doing in Blizzard, this is bad writing from Blizzard. At the end of this, she is reunited with her full self. The Sylvanas we've all seen up until now is a Sylvanas filled with rage and hatred and nothing else. There's nothing else inside that Sylvanas. If you make decisions based on your rage and your hatred, how many good decisions are you going to make? Just as a human being. You don't even have to think about gaming in terms of gaming. If the only decisions you make is fueled by those two emotions, are you going to make any good decisions throughout this entire process? No, Zuval knew that, so he manipulated that. He aimed her anger in a way that he knew she would follow along. She would follow with that anger. And that's all he needed to do. He simply needed to channel her anger. I love the fact that they bring Arthas' voice back. The Lich King, Arthas, serve. The one word that Sylvanas has never been okay with. Just to be clear, with anyone that doesn't quite understand what I'm saying here, the entirety of the undead society, of the Forsaken society, was built on liberty. It's one of the earliest things we know about the Forsaken. The Forsaken has always had complete freedom to do whatever they want. They have decided to throw their lot in with Sylvanas. That's what they've always been about. That is what the Forsaken society has been about. Liberty, freedom, the ability to make your own decisions. Because of the fact that they've served before. And since they freed their minds from it, they basically pledged that it would never happen again. Right? They will never serve again. Now, Sylvanas sort of lost track of that. Right? By the end of it, and again, I want to go back to something that we spoke about yesterday. Yesterday, we were watching literally every single cinematic from the start of Sylvanas' story. So basically, since Wrath of the Lich King, we watched every cinematic with Sylvanas in it. And one of the things I sort of noted in those cinematics, Sylvanas had a mind change, right? She had a mind change somewhere between Legion and BFA. Something major happened. Something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense on the face of it. There's moments where Sylvanas says at Vol'jin's funeral, "Who among you will help me avenge him?" There's that moment in Before the Storm where Sylvanas looks back at the broken shore and she sees the final moments of Varian Wrynn and she feels truly sadness for the fact that she cannot help but think that a great warrior has died this day, right? So at some point, all of this death, all of this destruction, all of this helplessness pushed her over the edge where she now started to, and this is not me defending her, by the way, this is me explaining what I believe the choices that she made led her to. I'm not defending any of those decisions. I'm simply explaining the process. Sylvanas started looking at an end justify the means. So fuck your liberty right now. This is by the way this is the hallmarks of every great dictatorship, right? Of every great sort of nirvana moment, right? It's what happened in Soviet Russia. Communism was going to be a dictatorship, and then suddenly it's going to be nirvana, and everyone is going to have the best possible time ever. Of course, there was no way to get from the dictatorship to the best possible life on Earth, right? It was just kill everyone until the only people that's left are the people that's sort of capable of not fucking up the system, right? That was sort of the dream. So every dictatorship, the same with Hitler and the Nazis, right? If we kill all of the Jews, then it will be heaven on earth. No one speaks about the atrocity of actually fucking doing that, right? But, you know, we'll go from slaughtering everyone to then suddenly birds chirping, grass is green again, sun is smiling, life is brilliant, right? That's just, we're just going to make that jump. No one explains how. This is exactly where Sylvanas was. I will slaughter all of you right now, and I will force all of you to submit to me, but I will lead you to the promised land. Again, this was her anger. This was, I don't know why the camera follows my fucking hands, but anyways, this was her anger, and this is exactly what Zhuval was doing. He was playing on that anger. He was playing on the fact that she did not have her entire soul. What's even more interesting to me is the fact that Zhuval had her soul this whole time and did not give it to her, which should, by the way, be a rather big point of contention and something that stands out to a lot of people here. He knew that if he gave her her other part, like the part of her soul that she's been missing, she would most likely not follow him. She would most likely realize that what she's doing now is wrong. So that's why he did not give her the other part of her soul. He decided to do it in this moment where she stopped following him, where she refused to go along with his plans. That's when he goes, now you can have it. And you can not only deal with them, but you can deal with yourself. You can deal with the shame of everything that you've done.
I will never serve.
So there's genuinely something about the jailer that is remarkable to me. She just shot an arrow at him, right? They've been fighting him at every turn, and he does not seem fazed at all. Like, he doesn't get angry. He doesn't yell. He doesn't He doesn't get upset. He's just sort of like, all right, Betty. Just continues. It truly is as if he views mortals so insignificantly that he just does not give a fuck, right? We are so insignificant to him that nothing we do could really upset him. He's just too powerful. He's just too big.
Still chained by mortality.
That definitely affects her right there, right? Still chained by mortality. That definitely, because that's the hope part, right? Mortality, hope. Mortality breeds hope. Humans, mortal beings, are really the only beings that have hope. Because without hope, we would crumble and die, right? So the fact that he says that, it definitely affects her. She not necessarily dislikes it. It's just not necessarily what she wanted to hear, right?
You did help restore something stolen from me.
This is...
Allow me to repay you in kind.
Look at how she grabs her chest as she is reunited with her soul. What is the last thing that soul that is now going into Sylvanas, what is the last thing that soul remembers? What is the last thing that happened to that soul? A sword through the chest. She feels that pain. Because she's finally back. She's finally been put back into her original body. The soul is now finally having to deal with a reunited Sylvanas, a full Sylvanas. We've been going through this yesterday. We were talking about how exactly could Sylvanas be reunited with her soul. Is it going to be against her will? Is it going to be something that she accepts? And we were sort of thinking that it's going to be the heroes, the NPCs of Azeroth that's going to be doing it. I could never have guessed that it would be Zuval who did it. That he would simply take the other part of her soul and just throw it at her. Is undead just possible by split souls then? Lofi, no. It seems like Frostmourne can either take an entire soul or it can split a soul. It really doesn't matter. What Zuval required, remember, the decisions that was made there was partly fueled by Zuval with Frostmourne and partly fueled by Arthas himself. Arthas was so angry at Sylvanas that he made her into the perfect weapon. A weapon that would not question, a weapon that would be filled with hatred and rage. That's how you design a Banshee, right? You get a Banshee by leaving only hatred and rage. By taking all of the empathy, sympathy, the good things, you remove that from the soul. You don't need those, right? The last thing you need is a Banshee that sort of feels too shy to kill, right? Or looks at the people that they have to slaughter and then feels a bit of empathy boiling up, right? You don't need that. What you do need, however, is something that is filled with hatred and rage. And that's exactly what Arthas left her with. Hatred and rage. The jailer knew this and kept this for himself. Because that's what he needed. He needed someone so blinded by their rage that they could not think about what they were doing. All they wanted was for all of it to be over. They wanted the endless cost, the endless suffering of their existence to be over.
To their mercy. Come.
It's interesting that he releases them, right? He literally just moments ago said, all will serve, and then he made them serve. But he is a little bit angry with Sylvanas. Just slightly angry with Sylvanas. Just enough that he goes, right, I will leave you to their mercy. Right? You turned against me. You decided not to follow me. So, now you'll deal with them. Let's see if they have any forgiveness for you.
First, to witness reality's end.
We now also know how the compass was dropped. Is the compass actually from... Is this Anduin dropping the compass to give us a message of something that may or may not have happened? Is this Anduin trying to talk to us, or is this Anduin sort of finally letting go of his final moments? Don't know yet, right? But it is very, very... It's interesting to think about, at least.
Cannot let him reach.
Her eyes is very interesting. She is still undead, but the red eyes, the eyes that signified what we would consider to be undead eyes, although most undead have yellow eyes, not red, right? Her blue eyes is reminiscent of what she looked like in life. She had blue eyes in life. Those blue eyes being restored as soon as the other part of her soul came back to her. Very interesting. Is she back to the land of the living? Probably not. I don't know if you having your soul restored to you would bring you back to life, right? Also, I think Blizzard they would have made a bigger deal of that. But it's certainly the old Ranger General is back. That's what this is. This is the old Ranger General. This is the one that offered up her life to save her people. This is the old Sylvanas. Not the one that we've been seeing so far. Not the one that was filled with hatred and filled with fucking rage and just wanted to kill everything in their path because they wanted to reset the entire universe. This is Sylvanas, complete with hope, with life, with empathy, with sympathy, with anger, with rage, with laughter, with sadness. This is the full Sylvanas once again. The question, of course, is how will she deal with all of her decisions up until now? You cannot let him reach this is extremely throwback to her fight against Arthas. Right? This was one of the things she was trying to stop Arthas from doing. She didn't want Arthas to reach the Sunwell. So it's sort of a throwback, but at the same time, this is her final moment. This is her final moment of... And I'm not saying she's dead. She's obviously not dead. But this is the moment in which you can see the old Sylvanas coming back, right? You cannot let him reach the sepulchre. Now, to my mind, what is the sepulchre? And we'll end this analysis on that note. What exactly is the sepulchre? I believe that the sepulchre is the reorigination of the universe. This is why it's actually called the sepulchre. We've been asking ourselves, what lies in the sepulchre? It must be a grave, therefore. But yes, the sepulchre is a grave. It's the grave of the universe. Should the universe require remaking, should the universe require reorigination, it would happen within the sepulchre. Right? That's where it would happen. This is what Zuval is after. He literally told Anduin this. Come, be the first to witness reality's end. That is what Zuval is after. To be clear, the cosmological forces shows us what reality actually is. It's Azeroth. Azeroth is labeled in the cosmological forces as reality. So the end is the reorigination. The reality that he now wishes to build, the new world that he wishes to build, is one where free will does not exist. The question, of course, and the final question for this analysis section of the stream: what comes next? Do we get Do we go to Zuval immediately? Do we find Zuval immediately in 9.2? And do we stop him? Or do Blizzard play the long game with him? Do Blizzard decide, no. We don't want Zuval to be part of the end of this expansion. So we're instead going to throw you to a different story. And that's going to become the story that sort of leads to the next expansion that may either take place on a Titan homeworld or may take place back on Azeroth, trying to deal with the aftermath of Zuval right now. It really depends on where the next step of this is. All in all, though, this was incredibly interesting to me. And if the fact that there are people that don't like this cinematic, it just blows my mind. I was skeptical at first, but I am a believer now. I love this cinematic. I think it's a really, really good cinematic. What did you think, chat? Sorry for ignoring chat this whole time. I've been sort of just trying to organize my thoughts and trying to get my thoughts in such a way that it could make a good analysis video. But I would love to know from you now, chat. What did you guys think? I have a question. Those blue eyes, Sylvanas. Fabi, what's your question? By the way, thank you so much to everyone that's been following. I really appreciate that. Nusa, thank you so much. Dear one sub, really fucking appreciate it. 10 months in a row. Thank you. Very nice to talk about it. I liked it. Amazing job, mate. Oasia, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I feel like it leaves too many questions instead of answering some. So, to my mind, P-Unit, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. To my mind, that's actually perfect, by the way. I like the fact that it leaves more questions than answers. That, to me, is a good cinematic. Specifically, a good first patch cinematic. When you get to final patch cinematics, right? When you get to, like, the final raid cinematic of the expansion, that's where you want more answers than questions. 100% with you there, right? Because you've just reached the end of the expansion. You need some questions now. But patch 9.1 is supposed to set up the rest of the story, right? It's supposed to push the story forward. I just hope the jailer is coming for Azeroth Soul, and we're going to deal with massive undead attacks. I mean, that could be a cool story. Is that possible that Sylvanas don't remember anything since fights against Arthas? Adrenaline? No. Absolutely not. Remember, Sylvanas' old soul, the part that was hidden from her, has now been restored with her new soul, right? Or the soul that's been here the whole time. So those two's memories will finally merge, which means that new Sylvanas and old Sylvanas becomes one, and all the memories is now merged once again. So no, she's going to have to deal with everything that she has done. With Tildrassil, with the decisions that led to the Shadowlands, she's going to have to deal with all of that. What was the color of Tyrannus' eyes when he told us there must always be a Lich King? Well, he was a ghost at that point, so... Was it green or was it blue? I can't remember. Hold up. I'm going to have to check. All right, let's see. I mean, it was fucking white. It was just two coals of white. This means that we dodged the end of times for real? No, we haven't dodged it yet. It's still coming. As I feel you ignore chat and Shill Show ever since you got co-host, but Piero Paco or Anduin, love them both, but I feel less cozy there ever since. Kildana, I mean, I read chat all the time. Dottermine line from Jaina about Anduin's message. Where's that? Is it on Wowhead? I haven't seen anything yet. I mean, there's nothing yet there. Just quickly start the music again. It's very daunting to actually fucking it's quite a bit back. I mean, we've gone through most of the data mine stuff already, but I need to see the actual cinematic. Like, I need to see the cinematic as it happens. The page has been reloaded. There's nothing there. It's the same thing. I just hope there will be something only Sylvanas can do, and I hope it will be her own free will. I think the end of Sylvanas' story is in sight. For those of you that don't like Sylvanas, it's pretty clear that the end is in sight. Blueberry, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Garrosh cinematic is really cool. It's nice that Garrosh sticks with himself, right? Garrosh goes, screw it. This is who I am. I'm not apologizing for fucking anything. But it just highlights once again how flawed the Shadowlands is in its approach, right? By the way, Alex is probably editing it already, so my reactions should be up in a moment. I don't know how long Alex is going to take with the reactions, but it should be up soon. Enter Judas. Thank you so much for the 5 community subs. We'd really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some love in chat for Enter Judas and the 5 gifted subs? It really means the world to me. Enter Judas, thank you so much. I like Asmongold's idea of ending with her being the new Lich King to atone for her mistakes. I don't think she's going to be the new Lich King. By the way, you guys should, all of you, there's like people who just got new fucking emotes. You should be spamming your emotes to thank Enter Judas for the fact that he just gifted 5 community subs. And again, thank you so much to everyone's been following. Champion, we need you. Sylvanas is the next new jailer in the end. Zon, I don't think so. I don't think that she's going to be the new jailer. I do not think that she's going to be the... I don't think any of that's going to happen. Whatever Sylvanas' story is, I'm not entirely sure what is going on there. You want the Pharaoh edition? I want it clickbait as fuck, Alex. That's what I want. Let's make it super clickbait. I mean, fuck it. If you're not going to make a reaction video as clickbait as humanly possible, then what the fuck are you doing? And if anyone's got a problem with that, well, fuck you. I don't do normal speculation videos clickbait, but I will do reaction videos as super clickbait. Let's face it, we freaking need her right now. I wonder how the Sylvanas haters feel about this cinematic. Like everyone that's been wanting her dead for such a long time. I wonder how they feel about this. Because, I mean, everything that I've been saying about Sylvanas is technically true. Right? Everything I've been saying about her soul, everything I've been saying about the fact that her soul is split and that's not the actual Sylvanas. Everyone's been saying, fuck you, that's not true. No, kill the bitch, kill the bitch. And now it's like, well, are you really going to kill someone that had very limited control over who they are? Right? Someone who really didn't even stand a chance at saying no. Are you really going to kill them? Right? Ugly, thank you so much. Wait, is it Ugly? Ugly Mug? Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are far too kind, sir. Yo, Akko, I had a drop by when I saw the cinematic, so how are you taking it? I like it. I like it. DL thank you for the prime sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are going to start another Skamars train if you keep going like this, so slow the fuck down. I hate her. I'm sad that she is not dead, but I know Blizzard will not kill her. No, Blizzard will never kill her. She says you missed the entire reaction, to be quite frank. This is the thing that people need to understand. This is a completely different Sylvanas. This is not the Sylvanas that you've hated so far. The Sylvanas you hated is a Sylvanas that had basically one emotion, anger. That's it, right? Ugly Mark, thank you so much for the gifted sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate it. Can we some love in chat for Ugly Mark? That's 2 gifted subs. Really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 3, 4, 5. Ugly Mug, I really appreciate the gifted subs. Can we get some love and chat for Ugly Mug? Literally just got here, literally just subbed, and already handing out the subs to everyone else in the community. Really appreciate that, Ugly Mug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This all wasn't cut clean, though. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cared about Nathanos' death. So, Rune Chaos, if you're gonna argue that, I would sort of say be careful, because this is where we get into sort of a weird thing with the Forsaken and with the Undead, right? We got some insight into how it works within the realms of Undead, right? With the Four Horsemen's short story, where they kind of told us how the Undead functions and how the Undead works. Ugly Mug, thank you so much. As long as people enjoy the channel, enjoy the content, I am very happy to keep providing it. 100%. So we've got some insight in how the Undead function, right? How their emotions work. Now, her caring about Nathanos, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that she has the ability for empathy or sympathy. It could just be that she remembers those feelings. So she sort of understands that Nathanos have been there for a long time. He's been with her through thick and thin. It might be the only relationship she cares about, right? Because of their connection prior to her death. Now that she is undead, that's the only connection she has, right? So at the end of the day, it's very difficult to understand to what extent emotions work for the undead. According to the Four Horsemen cinematic, it's not the same as for the living. You get left with 1, maybe 2 emotions at the most, right? That's all you get left with. So it could be that Sylvanas' emotions was anger and love. That's all she was left with. So the only person she loved was Nathanos, because he was the only person that understood her anger. Right? We don't know, right? We obviously don't know exactly what's going on there. I'll give more on his next stream. Keep watching this glorious lad. Ugly Mug, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, dude. And yeah, I'm having super fun at the minute. I must say, it's sort of weird to see over 400 people in the chat. Just yesterday, we set up our first ever, goal, literally the biggest stream we've ever had on this channel, with 368 people, I think, at the most, or 364 people at the most. Today, we went over 400. So it's a little weird. It's a little daunting. It's a little... I did not expect so many people to want to come in here and actually watch the stream. So I really appreciate all of you. Could it be possible that Sylvanas is on the jailer's side, but she now acts as his spy master? No. No. Greetings from Centurion. Jackalas Brath, thank you very much for joining, dude. Really appreciate that. Centurion is not that far away from me. It's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes drive. I'm in Equestria. She suffered for so long. So I genuinely don't see that Sylvanas is still working with the jailer. There was too much emotion in that cinematic for it to be... for Sylvanas now to sort of pretend to not be with the jailer anymore. Sort of no from me as well. Milk out these reaction vids, fam. Kildana, I'm busy doing that, exactly. You're worth it, bro. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Well, I don't even know why you would say I'm worth it. I literally just sit here most of the time and talk to you guys about WoW lore, or about sex, or about life, or about politics, or about religion, or about whatever the fuck the rest of you talk about, right? Or want to talk about. So the fact that so many of you come here and go, hey, yeah, I want to hang out with Akalon and talk about whatever the fuck random shit is going to happen in his chat today is quite interesting. And I do appreciate that. Or about poop, like we did yesterday. Or Manphilia. Who doesn't talk about Manphilia from Final Fantasy? Because you're awesome, Akko. Accept it. I appreciate that. I guess we're friends now. Al8, how you doing, bro? Or later, rather. How you doing? I guess we are friends now. Who doesn't want to hang out with Akko? I'm happy to hear it. Well, we did have a very philosophical discussion yesterday about the jailer's poop and where he poops. So, all things considered, though, I do very quickly want to point out to people here. If this cinematic made you want to send hate to Blizzard developers, you're a fucking moron. I just want to point that out. I don't get why you would want to do that. Sometimes, and I think I know who's saying that. I think I know who were the people who sort of made threats of violence and death threats to the developers. It's the people that desperately wanted Sylvanas to die. It's the people who just wanted Sylvanas dead. Fuck that bitch. She needs to die immediately. And then she didn't die. And they were just like, fuck this, you stupid cunts. What the fuck did you think you were doing? Right? Yes. I saw Christy Golden write about that. And Terran actually wrote about that. They've been receiving death threats. They've been receiving threats of violence. You do not do that. You do not do that. Regardless of your thoughts on the writing. It's okay to think that the writing is convoluted and not the way that it should be. I 100% agree with you, by the way. I 100% agree. The writing in World of Warcraft, it's like Blizzard have this end goal of what they want with a story, but they have no idea how to get to the end goal. So they just sort of throw shit together to finally get to their end goal, which is why a lot of people feel lost in the story, because nothing's explained. We have the only explanations we get is from speculators, which you can't really trust, right? Because I don't write the story. I just come up with cool shit, right? Cool stuff that I think could be cool in the story. I don't write the story myself, right? So personally, I understand if what you found was a little bit of annoyance with how the story is playing out. 100% agree with you. The story could be told much, much better. However, please keep in mind, you are talking about a fucking video game. You are talking about a video game, and you are threatening people with death because the video game did not go your fucking way. Are you mentally challenged? It's a video game, for the love of fuck. I don't know what to say. Like, these people are treating it as if their mother's been threatened or something. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you're talking about a video game, right? You should not be getting that angry over a video game. This is my life. Sylvanas is my wife. This is personal. Well, it really isn't, but okay. You have to be mentally challenged. So please don't do that. If you're part of my community, just don't fucking do that. I don't want to have stupid people in my community. And right now, I think I can say with absolute certainty, I don't have stupid people in my community. So don't be one of those people, right? Don't be one of those people. Judge those people harshly. These are the people that is pulling humanity down. Sylvanas has been always half her without love and hope, and Blizzard just explained this now after everybody started to hate. The problem is Blizzard should have done it earlier. Artelon, I 100% agree with you. Patty later with hearts. Don't turn to the brainworm. Anyways, I'm off for the afternoon because I don't even want to be awake right now. Good night, dumb fucks. Luna, that's very toxic of you. Sleep well. I have watched it, Radu. We're literally uploading, or the reaction is rendering right now. And then Alex will probably start working on the analysis, and that will also be up to date. Judeo, that's, well, I think I'm a bit mentally challenged as well, so, you know. But I would also not do that. I don't think I would care enough. It would be very hard for me to imagine a circumstance where I would actually threaten the devs with violence. Or death, even. Like, I don't know what they would have to do. Because, yeah, it just feels like that's a stupid move. I think the most important question is, do they imprison her or work alongside her knowing she can help us stop the jailer? Also, Gallywix is somehow in the new dungeon, just chilling. Because Gallywix is looking for profit. B7, yes, that reaction video has been done as well. True Prime, yes. I've not spoken about that yet because I'm going to have an entirely different video on the 5 keys that open the way. Because if I am not correct about this, you can suck my dick. I have been saying the 5 keys had fuck all to do with opening the way to the Void Lords. The 5 keys to open the way, 5 torches to light the path, were the sigils. And if I'm wrong on this, I will suck your dick. Because I am pretty fucking certain I am not wrong on that. Fallen One, yes, we have watched it. Don't use violence, Echo. Hey, I'm not promising shit. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Did really fucking appreciate that. He did say it. I heard it. Sorry, I had to take a phone call. So that was a response to the earlier topic. Sad things I didn't even see. Do you think her story ends in this expansion, or do you think she will disappear for a bit after this expansion, like Illidan? And to Judas, I do think if Blizzard wants to do the right thing here, they must put Sylvanas on the back burner. The last thing Blizzard can afford right now is to run another expansion with Sylvanas in the fucking foreground. We don't need Sylvanas in the foreground right now. We need Sylvanas in the back burner. People need to forget about her. People need to move on. People need to find new characters and new characters to move shit forward. And then in about 2, 3, 4 expansions, you can bring her back, right? You can bring Sylvanas back in, and now people will actually go, oh my god, Sylvanas is back. This is going to be really cool. But if you do Sylvanas again, I feel like fatigue is going to start setting in even for the Sylvanas lovers. Even for people like me, I will start going, bro, I don't know if she needs to run another expansion. Like, fuck me, bro. Give me someone else now. I love Sylvanas, don't get me wrong, but I don't want Sylvanas to be at the forefront of every single expansion. Did you get flying? No, I've not even logged into the game yet. Also, look at the number of dislikes on Sylvanas' video. Well, people are very upset. Really? Are we gonna quickly look at that? I wanna see this dislike ratio. Oh, people are so funny to me. People are so fucking funny to me, bro. Oof. Oof, let's look at these comments. All right, so that's 3.2. That is 3.2 likes to 7.3 dislikes. People are upset, I guess, is the base word for it. And before he's going to the Caverns of Time to flip the giant hourglass. The only redemption arc we need right now is one for the WoW writing team. Sylvanas is honestly written like an edgy 14-year-old D&D character. Blizzard writers trying to play 9D chess with their story when they can't even figure out checkers. Oh my god, people are fucking livid, bro. The jailer wants to reboot reality because even he knows how terrible the writing is. Wow. Sylvanas will stand trial in Pandaria, so redemption is only worth an arrow when the deed was already done. Really? I'm just going to pretend that Sargeras missed that sword stab and the main Warcraft storyline ended with Legion. Now we wait 7 months to see what happens to her. Blizzard, how do you want your lore, fam? Us, just the art team carrying WoW once again. Can they just fire the writers and start fresh? So why was Sylvanas even helping the jailer? What did she expect to happen? And now she's getting redeemed? Honestly, fire the entire writing team. Wow. Wow. This is, as Taliesin would say, a shit show, obviously. People are not happy. Look at the likes on some of these comments. People are very, very fucking unhappy with the Blizzard writing team. I hate to say it, but if everyone just paid attention, and if everyone just knew what the story was actually about, they would not have been this angry. But you see, these are people who only watch the cinematics, and that's how they get their lore. They don't read the books. They don't know anything about the books. They know nothing. I'm not saying Jack, he actually wrote something else. I'm talking about the people that fucking hated on this. They don't know anything about the lore. All they go is every cinematic they go, and then they think to themselves, I guess I should call myself a lore nerd now. Like, they watch one cinematic and they go, well, I guess I'm a lore nerd now. I am somewhat of an expert on World of Warcraft lore. And then the cinematic goes wrong for them, and they go, what the fuck? Fuck you, Blizzard. Can't believe you fucking did this to us. If only you had listened. We could have told you this months ago. Like, we could have told you months ago that this is how it's going to happen. We all said it. We called it. Sylvanas' soul is going to be reunited with her. She's not going to be the same fucking Sylvanas as she was before. But no, the anger must be real. You have to hit the dislike button. I will hit the like button just to, you know, even things out a little bit. Because I think it was a good cinematic. I don't think people should be hating the cinematic at all. To understand gameplay, on a monthly sub for Goosey Flames, if you want to get into a philosophical discussion, that's a different discussion, right? I agree with you. World of Warcraft story should absolutely not be told in books. World of Warcraft story should absolutely not be told in cinematics. World of Warcraft story should be told in the game, where people want to get the story because they're actually paying for the game. However, that's not how Blizzard's writing team does it. They seem to think to themselves, fuck it, right? More often than not, they decide no. I just don't give a fuck, right? And so, what are you going to do? I genuinely don't know. I genuinely can't. I can't tell you what to do. I can say, however, if you do not read the box, if you do not watch all of the cinematics, if you do not play the game and read all of the quest text, you're going to have giant gaping holes in the storyline for you that is not going to get filled in just cause. Alex, what was your question? I'm on a rant, bro. You know how I get when I'm ranting. I can't fucking stop for anything because then I forget what I was ranting about. Want me to change anything on the thumb? I'm not that strong in clickbait. Also, vid is uploaded to the drive. I don't know. Where's the thumbnail? Which one? This one. Let's see. Which one do you guys prefer? This one or this one? Which do you prefer? All right, I'm on this one now. So everyone, this one is going to be number 2. No, this one will be number 1, right? This one will be number 1. This one will be number 2. Which one do you guys prefer? 1 or 2? There's more people for 2. Seems even. Fuck it. Okay, we'll do a poll because it seems extremely even to me. Manage poll. New poll. 1 or 2? 1, 2. You have 2 minutes. Start the voting. View the results. Just a reminder, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is number 1. This is number 2, right? Number 1, number 1, number 2. Let's see the votes. This is important, guys. This is how I make my money. So I want to see the votes. And keep that in mind. It has to be one that people want to fucking click on. And have it be Zuval with a mind-controlled echo due to your initial reaction of just... I was a little bit stunned the first time I watched it. I was genuinely fucking stunned. 2 is a spoiler in the thumb. Because 2 is a spoiler in the thumb. Put a tongue hanging out of her mouth on the second thumbnail. Is 2 a spoiler? How is 2 a spoiler, though? I do not agree that number 2 is a spoiler at all. Are you saying the very fact that you see a character with an armor that if you didn't watch the cinematic, you would not know that this is the jailer? You would just think that this is a different character. Are you saying that's a spoiler? I don't fucking know if that is a spoiler, though. I guess I have a different view of what a spoiler would be to the rest of you. Definitely more clickbaity though. I mean, the clickbaity part is good, right? Because clickbait, that's how you make money on YouTube. You have to get people to click on your fucking video. And it's not actually clickbait, because I'm not lying. There's no lies in this. Clickbait, by the way, is illegal on YouTube. Well, illegal. It's against the rules. You're not allowed to clickbait. So you're not allowed to lie to people. But it will definitely get... The question is, which one of these two will get more people to click on the video? The anger I can't stop, because here's the thing. I have done thumbnails like this in the past where people have said, clickbait, bro, what the fuck? Like, literally, where my face is in it and you just have one other character there and people have gone, fuck you, clickbait. Everyone finds different things clickbait, believe me. Everyone finds different things spoilers. So it's very difficult to go by that. The biggest question is, what gives you the most views? What's going to get the most people to click on this? Without being completely wrong, right? Clickbait is when you're lying, yes. So this is just good marketing, probably. This is just good marketing. I think clickbait is the wrong word for it, because clickbait is lying. It's when I put something, and this I've never done, by the way. I've never done that. I have never put something in the title or the thumbnail that's a lie just to get people to click on it. I'm very careful with that, because I hate when people do that to me. I absolutely despise when people do that to me. Because personally, like, want to see your reaction specifically and click in a bait. When I see both of them small, I prefer the second one. All right, I'm gonna download the second one. We're gonna do the second one. Alex, is the video up yet, or are we still waiting? No, it's up. This is the one, right? All right, and now you're all gonna help me with the naming of this video. You're all in on this, by the way. If I get called out for clickbait, this is your fault. I have asked the chat, and chat have told me what I should do. So, if I get in trouble, I'm going to blame all of you. Just want to say. If I get in trouble, I'm blaming all of you. I'm writing on every single fucking person's comment that calls me out. Blame Twitch chat. I had nothing to do with this. No, I won't blame you. Don't worry. I'm sure you guys will be the ones to comment on the video, calling me out on it. So, you know, what the fuck am I going to do? In true communism, it's all our fault. Blame the Sylvanas loyalists. How not to come when watching cinematic. I don't think I'll call it. I'll call it that. Have you watched Badass videos? Oh, you're not asking me. Never mind. But yes, I watch Badass videos quite often. Chat, I saw the cinematic this morning. Super underwhelming for me. I don't actually agree with that. I think the cinematic was absolutely insane. I'm actually uploading my response or my reaction to it right now as we speak. Let's just quickly go. Finish projects, videos. Sylvanas cinematic. Go, go, go. Go, 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 motherfuckers. Let's do this. The real question is, the cinematic was dope as fuck, really cool. I loved it. The real question is, will there be a new Sylvanas model? One that may be her final look until the end of the X-Pack, where she is dealt with and iceboxed. She will not be killed. And yes, I assume there will be a new look for Sylvanas. You won't last 30 seconds watching this video. Enoch, that is too much fucking clickbait. That is super clickbait. I can't name a video that. No. I mean, I do have my limits. I have limits to where how far I would go to get clicks. So the reason I don't like doing clickbait is I believe there's two ways of building an audience. The one is to just clickbait them into watching your videos and watching your streams and watching your shit, right? That's the one. That's the one way to do it. The other way is to build what I consider to be a genuine community. So someone that trusts you, the community knows that when you put something out there, that what they click on is actually what they're going to be getting. Because I feel like that's the long game. Like, the one is great for getting quick views and, you know, making good money, but it doesn't necessarily translate into long-term success, as far as I'm concerned, at least. You will all serve. I like that. I do like that. You will all serve. Huh. She loses her Banshee powers now. No. Her Banshee powers should still be with her. Still has her whole soul, right? Yes. Kalia still has her whole soul. Absolutely. What do we call this, though? You will all serve. Do you think that's a good one? You'll all serve things you missed? No, but this is not the analysis yet. Too plain, in my opinion. Not good, not bad. Tack on something like why I love the new cinematic. You will all serve. Stews. You will all serve. I sort of like that, but you will all serve Dark Lady. Actually, we need to get this in. Sylvanas' fate leaves me speechless. What do you think of that? You will all serve. Sylvanas' fate leaves me speechless. What do you think of that? Yes, Queen. Let's do this. All right. So you think this is the right name, or this is the right title? All right. I'm gonna trust you, chat. Clickbait as fuck. Not really, because it did leave me speechless. Mozier, you weren't here when I was watching it. Watch this cinematic reaction on YouTube. Believe me, I had no words. I had zero fucking words. I was legit sitting here going. And it wasn't pretend. It wasn't me acting. It was literally just me going, I don't have words. I don't know what to describe here. I don't know what to say. So yeah, not really clickbait as far as I'm concerned. Sylvanas' fate revealed in World of Warcraft Shadowlands patch 9.1 Chains of Domination reaction. Alright, I think that's fine. Let's do hashtag Warcraft lore, hashtag Shadowlands, and hashtag, actually we'll do hashtag Sylvanas and hashtag Shadowlands. There we go. No, I don't think this is clickbait at all. I would be very surprised if people feel this is clickbait, because none of this is clickbait. This is genuine. There's always clickbait on YouTube, the legal clickbait. Where's the reaction video? Literally uploading it. Like, you're watching me upload it as we speak. Checks are complete. Time for the thumbnail. Thumbnail is up. Do that. Go. No, it's not made for kids. 5 minutes, hopefully. Blue Fairy, I hope to see you back soon. Why are you convincing me what I should watch? Calm down, fam. Why is everyone so angry right now? Why is everyone so upset? I don't get it. Like, can someone explain to me why everyone is upset? Don't forget to put the Sanctum of Domination in the hashtags and raid as well. Yeah. I will do all of that. I'm going to do some research now on the hashtags. Even though I don't really pay a lot of attention to hashtags ever, but I will. I will do that. Let's just quickly see here. Okay, I think that's fine. I think that should be fine. Let's do that. And then gonna have to remove a couple because I have too many thumbnails already. There we go. Okay, that should be good. That should be all the sort of... I hate doing the hashtag quote things. Like, I genuinely despise those. Alright, I'm just finishing the last touches here, and then the video will be live. Then we'll make the video live as soon as possible, because I know many of you want to watch the reaction because you missed it the first time around. Am I correct in saying that? What time is it now? It's almost 4. So we'll make this for 5. Okay. That should be fine. Alright, I'm uploading it now. I didn't watch Akko on Twitch for a month because of work, but I had to after watching the cinematic. Agent, how did you feel like... How did you think... What did you think of the cinematic? In a long time, I haven't told that I love you, man. Katiash, thank you very much for joining. How you doing? Love you too. The reason why I dislike the cinematic is, like, she's been helping the jailer with everything for the longest time. And in the end, she's like, oop, I don't want to serve you. I mean, come the fuck on. Also, there's 0 curveballs in the story. It's just bleh. I don't agree with that at all. If you watch my analysis, there's a ton of curveballs. And the fact that she wouldn't serve makes absolute sense. Consider that this is Sylvanas. Sylvanas does not serve. She has never been interested in serving anyone, right? So I do not believe that. I don't think this is anything weird. This is how she is, and I don't think she would ever stop being that way. All right, let's get this new video in there, and then we'll do that one. Fuck it. This is all a play. Just got it all according to plan. I don't think so. I do not. This is the one time I think Sylvanas did not plan for this. This was not Sylvanas playing some big brain theory. This was not Sylvanas trying to sort of outwit the jailer. The jailer played this perfectly. He knew that she was angry. He knew exactly how to get her anger to work in his favor. And that's all he had to do. He knew that's all he had to do. If he could get her angry enough, she would not think. And that's what he did, right? So no, this I don't think was her sort of big braining it. I think that Sylvanas was absolutely, she was caught completely off guard, right? He got her 100%. Easy life. Yeah, this is the one time that I will not be unbiased or simp for Sylvanas unnecessarily. She got played. And thank fuck for that. I want to be very clear on that. Thank fuck for that. It's amazing that she got played. You want to know why? She was going up against a Titan plus. She was going up against a massive force in the universe. In what world will a mortal be able to play a god? If Zuval was able to be played by Sylvanas, I would be... I mean, does he really then deserve our respect? Should you really then fear this big bad? I don't think so, right? I don't think I would have. Because he's literally been played by another fucking another mortal, and I say mortal. I know elves aren't technically mortal, but still, you know, mortal insofar as mortals can be concerned as people that is alive. So no, I'm actually happy that he did not get played by her. Anyways, the video is going live now. Even if you've already seen my reaction to it, all I can ask from you is to quickly head over, watch it, and leave a like. That's all I ask. Just watch it and leave a like. It does help out. Every like, every comment pushes pushes it forward. Means that more people will ultimately end up seeing it. So do me that one favor, please. I didn't saw upload it, please. Okay. So should I click save? If I hit save, it's live. Help too. The retreat is like. Oh yeah, you can hit the dislike button too. Just don't hit it twice, because then it doesn't count. But yeah, you can hit the dislike button too. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Oof. 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 I'll link it to you. There you go. For everyone that missed the cinematic, that quickly want to go watch it, it will help out a ton if you do. Fucking tease. Hey, I have to get my fun somewhere. If you dislike it more than you like it, then hit dislike twice and like only once. Caldana, that's it. Yeah, you can do that too. Off to watch it. See you all back here. If you do want to go watch it, I will see all of you back here as soon as it's done. I would say let's watch it together, but I don't think reacting to myself reacting to something is what I want to do. Michael, how you doing? For the good times, and let's get into that analysis. Michael Knox, how you doing, brother? The analysis is done. Alex is busy editing it, so you know the analysis is done. We've done it. So it's all good. I do probably have to quickly just edit the stream info here to say discussing Sylvanas' fate. Done. All right. Now I'm not lying in the stream title. Everything should be fine. I usually forget to update the stream title. That's meta shit. Akko reacts to Akko, reacting to Akolon's reaction to Sylvanas' fate. Oh my god, the amount of fucking shit that's gonna go into that would be absolutely unreal. Can't wait to see it on YouTube. It should be up either later tonight or tomorrow. It might actually be tomorrow because I still have to upload my Garrosh reaction as well.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
Did we talk about what Anduin said to the Primus?
Corvus, thank you very much, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. What Anduin said to the Primus. What? Are you talking about the Primus cutscene? Because I've uploaded that. I've uploaded my deep dive on the Primus cutscene. But that wasn't Anduin. That wasn't Anduin. Who's the person speaking there is the jailer. So the only cutscene we have yet to see, the cutscene that I'm interested in seeing, is the one where we get Anduin's like goodbye. That is the one that I need to see. I desperately need to see that, because that will give us an answer as to who we're actually dealing with here, right? That will give us an answer as to what we're dealing with. Because if that is the jailer speaking to Sylvanas at the compass, then we know that Anduin is completely gone and the jailer is the only one there. If it is Anduin, right, speaking to Sylvanas there, then there might still be a part of Anduin there, right? Anduin might still be left inside that husk that is right now being controlled by the jailer. Deep Fry Water, it's difficult to answer whether or not Sylvanas would become a good guy. The reason being, Sylvanas has never been a, what you would call, clear-cut, quote-unquote, good guy, right? Sylvanas has always been very arrogant, very well-versed in her own abilities. She's always sort of challenged the status quo, so to speak. She's not really good at following orders in any way, shape, or form. So Sylvanas has always been sort of what one would probably consider to be a sort of anti-hero. Even as the full Sylvanas, she's always been sort of the anti-hero, right? She does what she does for good, but in her own sort of way. So there's a very deep question. There's a very deep question that needs to be asked now, and it's something that I'll probably make a video on in the very near future. But what is this new Sylvanas, and can this Sylvanas be judged for the actions of the last? Right? That's the big question we have now. That's the big question we have to answer. The truth is that many people that hate Sylvanas will absolutely go, yes, of course, fuck her. She needs to be judged for everything that she had done. The problem with that is the new Sylvanas, the Sylvanas now with all of her soul back, is nothing like the old Sylvanas, right? So that's a huge problem. That's something that I genuinely don't know how you would judge the old Sylvanas. How would you judge the new Sylvanas based on the actions of the old Sylvanas, right? That I don't know, honestly. But a lot of this is really the fault of Blizzard Entertainment. I hate to say this. I don't want to pile on to the day that the writers are having, because they're obviously getting death threats and threats of violence and shit. But it is their fault. I'm not saying it's their fault for getting death threats. I'm saying the anger, the outrage is their fault. The writers in World of Warcraft have been sort of ignoring the player for a very long time. The player gets completely ignored in the story that the writers wish to tell. You see, the writers have this story that they want to tell, and they know what the story is. And this is actually something that I made the mistake of in the beginning of my career on YouTube. I used to make this mistake so often, where I would start talking about a theory, and then I would skip over so much of the in-between in the theory, right? Because I already knew it, and I just assume that the viewer will also know these things, right? So my assumption is, well, clearly the viewer knows what this is. I don't have to go into detail here again. The problem with that is the viewer doesn't always know, right? And I used to run into this all the time, where I would say something in a video, and then my comments would be filled with people going, dude, how the fuck can you say that? How do you get from that to there? And it's like, it's obvious, right? This is, I thought, obvious knowledge. And then I realized, well, it's not actually obvious knowledge. It's obvious knowledge to me because I spent my entire life in the lore of World of Warcraft, but it's not necessarily obvious knowledge to the guy who has a full-time job. He has about 3 hours a night to play, and he sort of puts on speculation videos in the background just to relax, right? To him, these things might not be obvious. So I had to find ways to change my delivery in my videos, and it took a long time. I made mistakes. I still make mistakes to this day, right? Where there's things that I just don't explain well, and then I get people going, fuck you, right? How can you say that? The writers of Blizzard seems to not only be incapable of changing their ways, it feels like they don't want to change their ways. They have this big brain Sylvanas story that they're telling, and it doesn't matter that the players are incredibly confused by the entire Sylvanas story. It doesn't matter that the player doesn't have a clue what the Sylvanas story is all about. They're going to tell the story, and fuck anyone that doesn't want to see the story, right? Fuck anyone that doesn't understand it. They should just read a book or something. That to me is sort of very dangerous. Love the Rove WoW, but that ended with Legion. Really, Truffle Shuffle? I still like the lore. Like in university, it's a known joke that professors say it's obvious that and say something leaps away. You see, the problem is if you think you're smarter than everyone else, then it shows, right? It absolutely shows. Because at the end of the day, you don't make yourself clear. You explain things that most people can't align with because we can't follow your line of thinking because you think you're smarter than everyone else. Rather than realizing that everyone can teach you something and maybe you should take criticism. Look, when the players of your game is confused about what you're doing with the story, that should be a clear-cut message that you're doing something wrong. Something's going wrong. It doesn't matter what it is. Something is clearly going wrong. Something is not going the way that it's supposed to go. And you should fix that. Big Fieldy Gaming. I don't necessarily agree that WoW players are always toxic. So as someone that's been playing the game since vanilla, right? I can tell you that the Grey, how you doing, bro? I can tell you that the negativity has never been as bad as it is now. The negativity in World of Warcraft is at the height of its existence. I've never seen the negativity at this level. For good reason. For very good reason. A lot of players are losing a lot of faith in Blizzard because every expansion that comes out is Blizzard basically going, we don't care. We don't care what you think is good. We don't care what you think is bad. We will do what we want to do regardless of what you think is the right thing to do. So this leaves a lot of players with a massive amount of anger towards the Blizzard developers because now it starts to feel like it's an us versus them sort of relationship, right? So we are against the developers, therefore we must fight them at every single turn with single thing that they do. And unless the developers can get back to a place where they go, well, maybe our players aren't our enemies. Maybe the people that actually say negative things about the game isn't just looking for a reason to be negative. Maybe they are actually trying to make the game a little bit better, right? Unless the developers can get back to that point, we're going to continue on this road where every expansion, the voices of dissent is going to get louder and louder to the point where it ends with a lot of people quitting the game. And if enough people quit the game, it doesn't matter whether you like the game or not, Activision will just shut it down. You see, that's the big issue that people need to keep in mind here. Because a lot of people go, well, if you don't like it, just leave the game. If enough people leave the game, Activision goes, right, fuck this. This is a very expensive project, and we're not willing to do this for just 1 million players, right? World of Warcraft costs a lot of money to make. If World of Warcraft reach 1 million players, there's going to be very real conversations within Activision about whether or not they want to continue this game. Because 1 million players is not going to be enough money to justify them spending the amount of money that they do on World of Warcraft. So it might be a point there where Activision just goes, no, fuck this, move on. Not only that, I just want to be clear. If you took the entire team of World of Warcraft and moved them to individual single player or, smaller games, you could probably make 7 or 8 games a year, right? Just with the team that works in World of Warcraft. So there comes a point where Activision Blizzard realizes, hold on, we can make far more money if we take all of these developers and push them onto different games. So we get 7 or 8 new games a year out of these developers rather than a game that barely gets 1 million people to play it every year, right? So we have to be careful with just going, fuck all the negative Nellies. And I do want to say right now, at least, it's the positive people that is more toxic than anyone else. So whenever I praise World of Warcraft, there are people that disagree with me and they do go, no thanks, don't like it, fuck that, right? They're nowhere near as toxic as the people that will not listen to criticism. Like, you get people in my comment section, in every comment section for every single video that criticizes Blizzard, where their toxicity is incredible to behold. Like, they will legitimately go above and beyond to try and fucking destroy you. That's how angry they get if you're negative at all. True. The problem is, of course, we think they're the vocal minority. So the problem is, who actually is the vocal minority? Or might it be 2 vocal majorities, right? So it's 50-50. 50% of people don't like World of Warcraft right now, don't like where World of Warcraft is going, and 50% of the people really don't, right? Or really don't care. They love World of Warcraft and they don't want it to change ever. We wouldn't know, right? But the same thing there. They keep adding to the BS that people are complaining about. You see, I don't necessarily like blaming Activision for the problems within Blizzard Entertainment, because I don't necessarily think Activision is to blame for the problems within World of Warcraft. It comes down to, this is a game that Ian and the team is creating. They are creating this game. So at the end of the day, the buck stops with him. If Ian truly is unhappy with where the suits are taking the game, he can quit. If this really isn't Ian's fault, and Ian truly he is not the one that's sort of leading World of Warcraft down this path. This comes from the suits. He can quit the company, right? He can go, screw it. I'm just not on this, right? I will not keep taking the flack for something I am not doing. So I'm not saying the suits are completely innocent in all of this. Not at all. Don't get me wrong. But remember that the suits will almost never tell you what to do in your game. And this comes from developers themselves. I've spoken to World of Warcraft developers themselves who say that they deal very little with the suits from Activision. They almost have no interaction with the suits from Activision. That does not mean that the suits can't say certain things, right? So, for example, the suits could come to Blizzard and say, look, we want more engagement from the players. We want the players to play for longer. And so we've drawn up a couple of things that other games do that we think work really well. We have found, for example, that seasonal passes work really well in games to increase player engagement. And then Blizzard needs to design systems that sort of adhere to this new seasonal pass thing. And that's literally what covenants are. If you've looked at the covenant system and did not see every seasonal pass in every single live service game ever, you've either never played a live service game or you've not been paying attention. The covenant system is 100% the seasonal pass system from Call of Duty, the seasonal pass system from The Division 2, where you unlock these things every few weeks or every few days. You unlock something new that gives you a little bit more, and you have this giant amount of stuff that needs to be unlocked, and these things just move with your renown levels. That's seasonal pass stuff. That's what every other live service game does. So World of Warcraft has effectively turned into a live service game rather than an MMORPG. Rather the anima system, I see them as separate. I'm not trolling. Genuine question. Do you think they would ever skip a patch and never tell us? I don't know, but the video feels like a 9.2 video. Giant Rat Guy, well, it wouldn't be... Skip, good luck, Jumanio. It wouldn't be skipping a patch, but would Blizzard cut certain stories? Yes, we already have evidence of that. So, for those of you that don't know, a couple of months ago, myself and Alpocalypse and one other person on the Discord that I'm unfortunately not allowed to get into, but we both received from different sources information about the future of Shadowlands. These were things that we weren't allowed to talk about. I never made videos on it, but the story at that time was Galakrond was going to return, so they were going to dive into the Galakrond storyline. And Galakrond was going to make another appearance. It was also about Odin. Odin's part in the story was going to be much bigger than what it is now, right? So Odin's part would have been massive. Odin would actually have only become part of the story around the Galakrond timeline, right? As soon as Galakrond is introduced, that's when Odin would have become a massive part of the story. And it now seems, based on the story that we've heard would be the story, and what we see now, as if Blizzard have basically scrapped a lot of that content and merged a lot of their content so that they can get some semblance of their story out there without having to, because they don't have the time to tell the full story. But that is still just look at it as speculation, because I don't necessarily know if that is the case. That's just what we've been told. And these are sources that I trust. I know that I can trust my source because they've given me good information in the past. On the positive side, I absolutely love the Sylvanas cinematic. That was brilliant. Scrappy Coco, 100% agree with you. Absolutely 100% agree with you. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. WoW 2.0. Seems like a lot of people are on that train now, and I would be remiss if I weren't going to talk about WoW 2.0 and the possibility that WoW 2.0 can be coming. So let's start with the lore side of it. That's exactly what Zuvul is going to do now, right? Zuvul is going to reset all of reality. It's going to reshape reality, right? And then, of course, he's going to try and make everyone serve. He's going to try and bring everyone into the fold of domination. He despises the he despises the idea of life and death. He despises the idea of free will, quite clearly, and therefore, to him, the end of the universe makes sense. The biggest question that I find around this topic, the biggest question that I think exists around this topic is, what is the likelihood of Blizzard going after Zuvul immediately in patch 9.2? Because Zuvul is fucked off now to the sepulcher of the first ones, right? That's where he is now. And as I've already explained, I believe that the sepulcher of the first ones is the grave of the universe. It's why it's called the sepulcher of the first ones. It is where the tools lie that can re-originate the universe. So if the universe went completely the wrong way, and before people go, bro, why would they have that? Why did the Titans have that on Azeroth? They left the tools of re-origination on Azeroth. Why? What was the purpose of that? Because the Titans learned from their fathers and their mothers. They were taught everything by the first ones. You must always have a failsafe. You must always have a reset button in case the universe did not run the way that you wanted it to. In case you believe that the universe is wrong, there must be a way for you to reset the universe so that it could maybe go a different direction, or you could influence it in a different way. This is what Zuval is going to do at the Sepulchre of the First Ones. My personal opinion, before we get into the discussion of WoW 2.0, my personal opinion is that I do not want Blizzard to run after Zuval. Zuval, to me, is the perfect character to become the next big bad in the World of Warcraft universe. To become the next Sargeras, if you will. We require that. We need that. Without a Sargeras, World of Warcraft doesn't really have a big bad. Doesn't really have something that we need to fear on a fundamental level. So I really want something that can bring, bring that challenge back to the game, if you will. So I don't want Blizzard to rush after Zuval. I would prefer it if the majority of this expansion actually leads into the setup for the next expansion, where we will finally go after Zuval. We will most likely visit a Titan world, because I do believe that the Sepulchre of the First Ones is somewhere on a Titan world. But this is where we sort of, I suppose, get into the not so much lore discussion, but rather the physical discussions of a WoW 2.0. Is that something that Blizzard and World of Warcraft can absolutely benefit from? You bet your ass. You bet your ass. In every single way, shape, and form, a WoW 2 would be an amazing time to bring all of the power back, to fix all of the early mistakes that you've made, because you do now have the luxury of looking back at decisions that you made in the past and going, right, we're not going to make those decisions again, because those decisions actually painted us into a corner. So we're not going to make those decisions again. Instead, we're going to do all the decisions that made the game good, right, without employing the decisions that made the game sort of bad or took the game down a bad road. There is an obvious, very obvious downside to making WoW 2.0. Said the Jailer is the big bad and final boss of the Shadowlands, haven't they? Jeffy Cakes. So what you're referring to is Ian said that in an initial interview. The Jailer is the big bad and the final boss of the expansion. Then one of the lore developers and one of the raid designers was asked in an interview, so is the Jailer the final boss of the expansion? And they answered, anything can happen. So it was confirmed, and then later it basically got retconned. So yeah, at this point, really doesn't know. Like, no one knows. I think I don't even know if Blizzard knows who is the actual final boss of this expansion, right? I think they have sort of decided to change their own story to go a different direction with it. So yeah, at this point, it's all up in the air. No one knows. But there's a genuine risk when it comes to a WoW 2.0, and here's the biggest issue with it. You have two options when you do a WoW 2.0. Option number one is the safest option, but it could lead to some very bad gameplay decisions. Option number one is you keep WoW 1 alive. You don't update it anymore and you don't add new content to it, but you keep it alive. So people can still collect their mounts, they can still collect their pets, they can still do all of their fun things. And WoW 2 becomes a second game that stands on its own, but it is the new World of Warcraft. So anyone that wants new story and new gameplay, they can go play WoW 2, right? So much like Classic WoW and TBC WoW, or TBC Classic right now, yeah? Two very different fucking games, yeah? Here's the biggest downside to that. You risk splitting your existing player base, right? Where half of them stay in the old world and half of them move to the new world, and neither world is big enough to actually sustain itself. And I'm not just talking about money here. I'm talking about physically, just neither world is big enough to sustain itself. There's not enough players to actually do anything with that game, right? Or to actually make the game feel like an MMO. You also have no evidence, right, that it's going to bring in new people. which is, of course, your biggest issue. You have no evidence or no guarantee that you make WoW 2 and suddenly new fucking players come in and they stop playing your new game. That's just not that's not something that you have the guarantees of. So the downside is very big. The upside is not guaranteed. Like, there's guaranteed downsides to making a WoW 2. There's not guaranteed upsides to making a WoW 2. You'd have to make a very good game in order to convince people to get into WoW 2, right? Now, of course, there is the other way that you could do it, which is you kill WoW 1 entirely. This is the riskiest of all of them, because it takes the little safety net that you had with WoW 1, and it removes that. But it also removes the possibility that you will split your player base, because there will not be something for your player base to jump into. So you don't even call it WoW 2. You call it World of Warcraft: The Realm Reborn, right? You just steal Final Fantasy's name. You wipe the entire world, everything in it. It's all gone. And everything starts from scratch, with no one having any memory of what exactly happened and how it happened. This really is the two choices that you have with the WoW 2. There's other choices, but they all run into the exact same problems. So it doesn't even we don't need to go into them, because they're going to run, all of them are going to run into the same problem. Splitting the player base, upsetting the player base, leaving some players who loved the old World of Warcraft feeling completely disenfranchised, not knowing what they're going to do. So at the end of the day, I think it's a dangerous game to play, to start talking about WoW 2. Is it something that I would fucking love to see? You bet your ass. I think a WoW 2 would be fantastic. A chance to reset the story, reset the game, get a new, better story. A story that actually, from the beginning, takes into consideration the player and what the player wants, right? I think that would be awesome. Do I think that's going to happen? No, because there's too much downside to it. And it takes genuine balls to go down that road. It takes genuine balls. And I don't think Blizzard have those balls. I don't think Blizzard is willing to go down that road, because the downside is just too great. And Blizzard haven't shown any affinity to take steps like that. What's even more important about all of this is you have to realize Blizzard themselves do not believe that there's anything wrong with World of Warcraft. Blizzard themselves do not believe that there is anything wrong with World of Warcraft. Whooper, the problem with your argument that you do not want to lose years of work, the day World of Warcraft dies, you'll lose those years of work anyways. So you could either say, well, just manage the decline for as long as humanly possible, please, Blizzard, until the game finally dies and I no longer can play the game. Or you can say, try and do something that I can at least play another game, right? But at the end of the day, once World of Warcraft dies, your game's over anyways, right? So all of your work is gone anyways. It would be weird to do. They could simply do an entire revamp, creating the Cosmic War, will create new worlds and unseen races to be added, allowing players to freely travel. The universe will be WoW 2. I mean, there are ways to basically merge the idea of WoW 2 with WoW 1, but then you can't really remove the problems with WoW 1. And WoW 1 has some serious design flaws. Design flaws that many people don't like talking about, but at the same time, you have to admit that they're there, right? For example, World of Warcraft is no longer an MMO. It doesn't feel like an MMO. It doesn't play like an MMO. It isn't an MMO. World of Warcraft is a single-player game with multiplayer aspects to it. That's it, right? The biggest issue, and this is where I don't think it's fair to say, well, that's what Final Fantasy is too. Final Fantasy was designed to be like that. Lady Survival, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How did you sleep? Final Fantasy was designed to be that way, right? Final Fantasy from the beginning was designed to be a single-player game with multiplayer aspects to it. World of Warcraft was designed to be an MMO. So the design has not changed in World of Warcraft, but the scope has. They now design a single-player game, and because of all of their systems, they've made it easier than ever for people not to require group content. You don't need to play with other people. You can just play with yourself, right? And that's a problem that I don't see how you fix it. I would love to hear from chat. Is there anyone in chat that has any ideas of how you fix that? Because I can tell you right now, I don't know how you fix that. Fixed by getting a girlfriend? How would I play WoW if I have a girlfriend? That's never going to work. No. That's a bad idea. That's something I love about the game. I don't want to play with people. Giant Rat Guy, then go play a single-player game. Just take away all things out of G, problem solved. He says reality's end. Azeroth is reality, right? Mary, yes. You'll see in the cinematic, I do make mention of that. I missed the question. Wife is talking to me. The Grey, I'm asking, how do you fix the serious design flaws within World of Warcraft that makes it a single-player game, but it's designed as a multiplayer or MMO? Slept pretty good. I still have to go watch your reaction. I'm so excited to see your thoughts. Lady Survival, I was speechless. I was absolutely speechless. Sort of interested to see how that video went. I didn't even stick around to see how many people watched it or how many views it got. Holy fuck. Right. Okay, I did not expect this. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys something that my usual views, and this is when I'm doing well, so my best views ever, right, is usually about 1,000 to 1,200 views in an hour. So 1 hour after I release the video, I might get 1,000 to 1,200 views. That's sort of the best it's ever gotten for me. My reaction video to the Sylvanas cinematic is after 33 minutes at 1.8k views and climbing. Which is insane. I've always been one of those people that sort of wondered what it would be like to get more than 1,000 views in the first hour. I've never actually seen it. Actually, this video will not make a lot of money. It will make some, but it won't make that much. It's just short. It's too short. So this video will make some money, but it's not going to make it's not going to make the money that a 20-minute video makes. So clickbait. Is it clickbait though? It's not clickbait though. So because you hang out and chat with us and don't focus on rating or scores. Mythandrol, how you doing, bro? Rating or scores? What do you mean? Mythandrol. I don't follow. Rating what? Scores what? I was waiting for this video reaction of yours since 0.5 patch is launched. Tashon, how you doing, bro? Congrats on the views, bro. You deserve it. Thank you very much. But I mean, to be fair, the thing that I'm actually more excited by is Twitch. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck has happened with Twitch. I don't know where all of you have come from. I genuinely don't know. But for some reason, there's 324 of you in this channel watching little old me. You know, to be fair, just to be very clear, a week ago, and I'm not even kidding, a week ago, I had, at max, like 150 viewers. Like, at max, I would get 150 viewers. They would last for about an hour, maybe. And then it would, like, go back down to about 100, 110. And then suddenly, it's just like, hey, we want to double your average viewer numbers? That's sort of insane. A little bit rude that all of you are just barging into my house without even saying hello. But still, very nice. I really appreciate it. Mickey Moto, then I'm happy to hear that. Although you've been here since the earliest days, Mickey Moto, so I do appreciate that. Back for the patch. Happy to have everyone here. Absolutely happy to have everyone here. Ate your corn pops? You fucking bastard. I knew I missed those. Love from Hungary. Keep being real. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. Our Moose. Thanks for the deal. What's up? Really fucking appreciate it. 21 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dielmith, I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that. Took some brown sugar. You bastards. Stealing my food? Fucking assholes. Although you can take the sugar. I don't drink sugar anymore. Ooh. Today is day 7, by the way. Today is day 7 of the carnivore diet. Can you fucking believe it? I've been on the carnivore diet now for 7 fucking days. And yesterday, I just had short rib. Like, literally, that was my dinner for yesterday. Save. Okay, that's added. That Afrikaans fucking hell, mate. It could also be like Northern English, I think. They also say fucking hell. Fucking hell, mate. 2.1k for your reaction. It's amazing. Jesus, that video is climbing like a bitch. What the fuck's going on? I guess this is what it feels like to be a superstar. He's so good. Thank you for seeing what's up. Did really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, I genuinely don't. I don't take these things too hard. I don't. You guys say I deserve it. Without you, I would literally be sitting here talking to myself. And half the time, you guys are talking to each other. So really, I think Twitch is one of the few places where you can absolutely not take all of the credit. I don't think any streamer can take all of the credit for their success. Because I think on a fundamental level on Twitch, the community is what brings new people in. It's the community that wants to, that makes people want to stay. It's not just the streamer, in my opinion. Superstars get numb, and you ain't numb, dude. No, I think the reason is I don't find my own personality. I don't find my personal worth in views on YouTube or even views on Twitch. I don't see myself as more worthy because 319 people are watching me. I find it humbling, actually, that I have so many people that hang out. And a little bit stressful, I'll be honest. It is a little bit stressful for me because I keep thinking to myself, am I going to be entertaining enough for people to stick around? This is some insights that I'm giving all of you in things that streamers almost never talk about. Asmongold is one of the few people that I know that actually also talk about shit like this. But I was genuinely stressed before today's stream. And I mean genuinely fucking stressed before today's stream. It was Crushy Pop, thank you for the Prime sub really for 2 months in a row and drinking with a jar with that Prime sub. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was genuinely stressed because I was thinking to myself, what if today's stream is 60 people? Yesterday we had this amazing stream with 360 people in chat. What if today's stream is just 60 or 70 people? People just went, nah, screw him. Don't want to watch him again. So it's stressful because you constantly think you're maybe not good enough. You should do a little bit more. You should be more entertaining than what you are so the people actually get their money's worth. It's another problem for me whenever people donate money or whenever people sub or whenever people join Patreon. I always think to myself, I don't think I'm doing enough. I think I should be doing a little bit more. I don't think I'm giving them their money's worth. So these are sort of streamer thoughts, right? Just shit that really fucking hammers you the whole time. I was watching on YouTube, but never your live streams until yesterday. I'm really enjoying your company, so thank you. Marga, thank you very much. I'm really happy to have you here. This dungeon's so bugged. Really, Giovanni? You didn't want to do it. Difficult to watch during work hours mostly. Oh, Jackalas, what do you do for a living? Sounds like you might have imposter syndrome. I think every content creator has that, Stylen. I think every content creator struggles with the idea that they are worthy of the success that they have. Notify me of your post faster. I miss it. come in later because I only come to Twitch for you and World First Race. Mythic. Sheet, how you doing, bro? YouTube is horrible at notifying people. The funny thing is, I don't tell people anywhere else that I upload videos. I literally just rely on World of Warcraft. Drinking with a jar, you are most welcome. Thank you much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, bro. Financial manager, but also from SA, so it's right in work hours. Financial management during the COVID time, that must be rough. Same, I was watching your YouTube vids. This is the first stream I've caught. Bolo. Wait. Bolo Low Blow. I kind of like that. How you doing, bro? Welcome to the stream for the very first time. So, whose first time is this in the stream? Like, who's never been here before? You've literally just arrived here. You don't have a clue what these streams are about. Giant Rat Guy. Andy. Orius. You guys can take this. Keep it in your pocket. Germanio, you can take this one for yourself as well. Keep that in your pocket. Black Mario, keep that one in your pocket as well. These are for all the liars and fucking thieves and cheats that suddenly wants to feel very cool and go, yeah, this is my first time too. I've never been at this stream. What are you talking about? Lassie's Babby, you're such a liar. I see all of you liars. Like, what the fuck? Delars, I can actually believe. He's the only one that goes first time chat. How you doing, Delars? No, I saw some of you whose names I did not immediately recognize, so you might be new. But there is definitely a lot of the people that just wrote that absolutely is not here for the first time. They've been making my hell for a long time. Me, but I know your content is about, and I enjoy. Beta, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. No way you recognize me. I'm sneaky. Fat Ricky, I've seen you here in the stream before. Although I have a feeling you changed your name. You were called something else before. But I have seen you in the stream specifically before. Matty Hodge, thank you for the 45 bits. I'd really fucking appreciate that. I was going to write me too. Lady Survival. I have literally told people to go follow you on Instagram before multiple times. So if this is your first stream, that's very weird. Firstly, good morning. Secondly, did you see the infinity symbol? Wild Wyvern, good morning to you as well. And yes, my analysis should be up either tonight or tomorrow. I've already done the analysis, but yes, I did see the infinity symbol, and there's a long talk about that one. Mordred, thanks for the 2 months up, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who is that Lady Survival? Poof. Oof. Oof. Now you see me too. How you doing, bro? John, this one's for you as well. Marcentha, how you doing? Like, all of you fuckers that's claiming this is your first time here, and I know for a fact you're not. You take this and you put it in your pocket, right? And whenever you want to lie to me again, you take it out of your pocket and you look at it and you go, right, Akalon means I need to go fuck myself. Okay? This is how we're going to do it from now. I've seen you on YouTube mostly, but not so much on Twitch. Blueberry, how you doing, brother? Kashi Pop, thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For on YouTube, never got to see you live. Ugly Mug, happy to have you here. The live streams is very different. Just as a quick warning to everyone that is here for the very first time. The WoW streams, the Twitch streams are very different to the YouTube content. The Twitch streams are sort of all over the place. We can discuss anything from politics to sex during the streams. I usually go wherever chat takes me. So chat decides that they want to talk about sex, we talk about sex. Chat wants to have a discussion about religion, we're going to talk about religion. It's really, I don't really control it here. YouTube is very different for me. Gatanov, thank you so much for the gifted sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can everyone say thank you for the gifted sub there? Can you spam some emotes? There's so many of you that got new emotes because you were gifted a sub. So now would be the time to go thank you and go for it. Also, Alex, is there any reason why the notifications do not play the notifications for subs don't play on this? What the fuck is that? Hold up. I want to see something here. Let's quickly redo this. Ivis, by the way, thank you for saying what's up. Did really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. Like, it just will not play. Like, I'm hitting refresh. That doesn't work. That doesn't do shit. So Twitch just chatting. That doesn't work. Sanan, thanks for the what's up. Really fucking appreciate it. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I work at home and listen to your YouTube content while I work mostly, not a regular Twitch viewer. David, I'm still happy to have you here. Welcome to the stream. We got to add something in OBS because we have the notifications on their own. But they're in here. I've added them. Twitch Master Alerts. They're literally fucking in here. So why aren't they working? Let's quickly do a studio mode here. I just want to see Twitch Master Alerts. If I were to go Twitch Master Alerts and I go... No, what the fuck? Okay, I'm doing something different here. I do apologize. Don't pay attention to the new screen. I realize it's weird, but I want to see something. Okay, that activates. So then what the fuck activates that? Twitch Master Alerts activates that. Then why the fuck does Twitch Master Alerts not activate that in the just chatting section? Yeah, don't pay attention to me not having a fucking clue what I'm doing. Do you think Sylvanas is alive again as a high elf or just a generic undead? No, she's still undead. I don't know how she would come back to life. There was nothing done to bring her back to life. I don't think that's fair. He may be arrogant and prideful, but no more than most characters. He was always orc first, and everything he did was for his people. You mean Garrosh? Are we talking about Garrosh right now? Why is this not working? Twitch Master Alerts. I don't get why it's not working. Do I have different alerts somewhere that I've not fucking seen? Let's see if this works. I know you can't see me, but I want to see something. No, that's just the overlay. That means nothing to me. Alright, so something is very fucking broken here. And I don't know what it is. Let's delete this and put it back in. Let's see if that works. Add scene. And we'll add Twitch Master Alerts again. Go. Now. The fuck is going on? If I go Twitch Master Alerts, does this work? No, it's...
Looks like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a pumpkin.
Okay, Twitch Master Alerts is the thing that isn't working. Alex, that's the issue. So, is there things built into Twitch Master Left Cam? No. No, the sound isn't built into it. It's just the... What the... I don't know what's going on. I do not fucking know what's going on here. This is insane to me. Mary, thank you for still what's up. Really fucking appreciate 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what's going on. I need to go over to Stream Elements and see what the hell is this about. Because it seems like it shows when people donate money, but it refuses to show when people subscribe. Like, what even is this? Okay, Alex, I might break things now. Because I'm not really the one who ever works on this. So if I break things, I do apologize ahead of time. Alex alert's done. Let's quickly do this.
Some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
A lot of people seems to think the Banshee was released when she got her soul back, but I'm pretty sure she's still a Banshee, isn't she?
Judas, how you doing, bro? She is still a Banshee. She's now just a Banshee with all of her memories, so to speak. She's just got everything now. Like, everything's been restored to her, if that makes sense. Right? So, yes, I don't think that you get... So, yeah, she's definitely not alive now. She's still a Banshee. She just has all of her faculties now. You do see... So, here you see subscriber notifications. There you go. If we stream video games or something, subscriber notifications do happen. My question is, where is this happening from? Like, where does this come from? Because if I look at Twitch Master Alerts, here you go. This is me in Twitch Master Alerts right now. There's only tip and cheer. That's the only thing that has any sort of variance. So if I click that, it'll show up.
Like you've lost some weight.
Right?
That's terrible.
A lot of people seems to think the
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
She's still a Banshee, isn't she?
That's weird. Yeah, I clearly have something wrong here. This Alex Alerts one is completely fucking wrong. Alex Alert's done. So which one do I have then? I don't think it's just chatting alerts. I think this is the one that I did. Yeah, this is not even alerts, really, is it? We can quickly emulate something here. Let's see. Oh, no, never mind. That triggered on my fucking thing. It did not trigger here. So clearly this does not... This just chatting alerts isn't just chatting alerts. Whatever it is, I don't know. Natora, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love and chat for Natora and the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. You guys are far too kind. Okay, so... Alex, what am I missing? NES controllers, don't press the right button. I press whatever I want, and then if I break it, I just go, oops. And then Alex goes, fuck you. Look into it late tonight, making a complete overhaul, since Stream Elements clearly fucked something up when they got an overhaul of their UI. Yeah, something went very wrong here. We should start looking into, not right away, but we should definitely start looking at revamping the stream in general. Like maybe get someone to do some widgets and stuff for us. Big Fieldy Gaming, that's exactly what I'm trying to look for. Like that's exactly what I'm trying to look for, is getting that so getting the one that works onto just chatting. But for some reason, the one that supposedly works is the same as the one as I have on just chatting. However, I don't know how it's the same as the one as just chatting, because it's clearly not the same. They're named exactly the same. They are the exact same source. They just seem to work differently. So, truly no idea. Truly no idea what's going on here. Why things are working so differently. Since dungeon failed, I'm not trying to raid. Is the dungeon really that bad? Is it really that riddled with bugs? Hold up, I'm checking. Oh shit. Oh, shit. This is redeemed Sylvanas Windrunner from Wowhead right now. Wait, how did that make her alive? I mean, she's still dead. She was still stabbed. She was still turned into a banshee. How can she be alive? Is Blizzard going to explain anything here? Well, it's not. It's from Wowhead themselves, and it's pretty old. It's from April. I just don't see how this... I don't see how this can be a confirmed thing, right? Remember, April Fool's jokes don't necessarily disqualify something. Just want to point out, pandas were April Fool's jokes. Just to be clear. Pandas was an April Fool's joke before pandas became a thing. So, you know, I would like to say, I don't necessarily, like, it doesn't look real. That I will agree with. It doesn't look real. But at the same time, you never know, right? You never know with Blizzard. That being said, though, I wouldn't put this past them. I would not put this past them to do something like this. Yeah, this is something Blizzard would do. Absolutely. 100%. And then they would obviously not tell us why they're doing it. They would obviously not explain how Sylvanas comes back to life, how Sylvanas is no longer undead. They would just go, screw it. The biggest question I have is... What do you mean, why not, Void Slayer? I'm trying to raid. Good luck. She's alive again. But no, she can't be alive again. Remember, just because her soul was... So it's like Uther. Uther's soul was restored to him, but that did not automatically make Uther alive again. That did not automatically make Uther alive again. Uther is still dead. His soul is just now reunited with him. So why would Sylvanas suddenly become alive? It's her mortal body that's been dead for over a decade. Her soul being restored would not restore her life. I genuinely don't think it would. What if House of All said she's still chained to mortality? He made her mortal again. If Zuval has the ability to bring people back to life, that is huge. If Zuval has the ability to bring her back to life, that is incredible. Because technically, that should not be... Very few characters should be able to do that. I don't think Zuval would have done that. Then again, well, actually, I'm basically going to answer myself right now. The Winter Queen has the ability to push beings back into the world of the living. That's the literal purpose of Ardenweald. So, no. The Eternal Ones do have the ability to grant life once again if life needs to be granted. So, yeah, I'm completely wrong. Never mind. Fucking completely ignore what I just said. Let's act as if the last minute did not happen on the stream. No, he would absolutely be capable of doing that, right? What if they pull a Kerrigan from StarCraft 2? CCS, I would not put that past them, right? I think they do have that power. I've joined a Spanish raid. Time to exercise my GCSE Spanish. I can't speak a word of Spanish. DKs and such? Well, DKs are not alive. DKs are undead. Necromancy is well established. This is how Sylvanas came to be as well, through necromancy, right? So necromancy is well and truly established. Bringing someone back to life, that's a whole different discussion. That is a whole different discussion. Because you're literally pulling someone out of the Shadowlands and putting them back inside their body with no undeath or necromancy lingering. What is Kerrigan's story? I don't know much of it, but people always bring that up. All right, so it would be a long story to go into, but basically Kerrigan becomes the... this is a very long explanation. But quick time and missing a lot of details, but Kerrigan was a human. She fought on the side of the Terran, and then she got basically defeated and captured by the Zerg, and she became the leader of the Zerg. She was basically the bad guy, right? She was basically the bad guy. She turned into the Queen of Blades, I believe she was called. I could be wrong. Queen of Blades or Queen of Bones, one of the two. But she turned into this incredibly powerful Zerg, right? And she became the queen of the Zerg. And she looked as if she was extremely badass, like she was going to destroy the entire universe. And then it turns out, no. She was actually always working to help the universe, to save the universe. So she turned into, like, it was a very weird sort of story, right? Of Kerrigan and, like, basically everything that we believed that was true about Kerrigan got completely flipped upside down with very little explanation of how that story got flipped upside down. Gotta go grocery shopping. Have a good one, everyone. Catch you later. Drinking with a jar. Thank you much for hanging out here for the first time. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. Always felt sad for Nathanos. Hope, betrayal, sacrifice. The face has changed. The story does not. Truth. I mean, isn't that what already happened to her? The High Elves were part of the Alliance. What about if Elune brings her back to life and she knew Tyrande couldn't kill her because she still have a purpose? The question, of course, is... Lady Survival, if you like stories, the StarCraft story is absolutely amazing. Outside of the giant gaping holes that is within the story that makes most porn videos look fucking tame, it is a really cool story. So it's a really fun story to play through. Scene, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Was an explanation. She was cleansed by an artifact, I believe. Pink Cap, yes, but Deus Ex Machina. It's not much of an explanation, right? What I'm talking about is StarCraft fell into the exact, and it does not surprise me considering that Christy Golden and Steve Denuser are not just the writers for World of Warcraft, they're also the writers for StarCraft, they're the writers for all of the games. They again fell into the same issue that they're falling into now with World of Warcraft, where they do not give you, they do not take us on the journey. We miss the entire journey. We're simply there for the ending. Which is really fucking sad if you think about it. I wish I could be there for the journey, not just the ending. Good, everyone, I'm out. Blueberry, thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Snape, how you doing, bro? Mona Kazaroth. So I just want to be clear. What I'm doing is not criticizing the writers of Blizzard for a bad story. Not at all. I think the story is really good. What I criticize them for is us not being involved in the story. This is something that a lot of people miss, and a lot of people do the wrong thing. Or they think wrong about this. Our story is not the story of World of Warcraft. And that's something that I feel... Blizzard needs to change. Negative the yes. I really wonder what Terran and Golden would do with the storytelling if it was 100% up to them. The Grey, how is it not 100% up to them? New Sylvanas is a good person. Akalon, if Sylvanas gets maybe exiled from the Horde because of her deeds, do you think the undead could possibly leave the Horde either or be judged by Elune herself? Dragon Wolves. They're again in a very weird corner. Blizzard is in a very weird corner here. Because, so first and foremost, we were wondering how could they redeem her. That's been answered. Now the problem is, how do they forgive her? Because the new Sylvanas, the Sylvanas that we now see, is not the Sylvanas that committed all of those atrocities, right? They are not the same Sylvanas. So are you truly going to judge the new Sylvanas on the actions of the old Sylvanas? Is that a fair judgment to make? Could that perhaps be part of a future storyline? So the leaders go, no, fuck you. We will judge you on the sort of mistakes that you made in the past, even though it wasn't you who made those mistakes in the first place, right? Because you weren't there when those mistakes were made. It was a part of Sylvanas that was completely broken and empty that made those mistakes, but we're still going to judge you on it. And then that could maybe come round to bite us in the ass later down the road. Because if you are going to judge the new Sylvanas on the actions of the old Sylvanas, she may resent that. She may not necessarily be okay with that, right? So that could definitely be a future story that plays out. Servant of Madness, I genuinely don't know. By the way, thank you so much to Hedges, Salem, Ferdy. Thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do we even know what she got? Yashasha, what do you mean? Know what who got? Been missing a few X-Packs back. Wonder if Elune was setting up for just this. I don't know. At this point, your guess is as good as mine. Stylen sacrifice? Very weird. I don't see she get her soul back. Yes, Sylvanas has been remerged with her entire soul. So she's no longer an empty shell. She's no longer an empty soul. What's his face? The one that said regarding Arthas that it was not justice but revenge. Maybe he will stop revenge on her. Puddles, you're talking about Uther. This is actually exactly the same thing that happened between Arthas and Uther, where Uther said that what they had done to Arthas was not justice. It was vengeance. And it might actually ultimately be Uther that steps in. Uther that steps in. Because if you think about what everything that Uther did as a Forsworn, it's similar to what Sylvanas did, right? So Blizzard is basically giving us... no, Levar did not pay up. He actually pays us 30 fucking subs. He owes us 30 gifted subs. But no, he did not. F Combs, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Blizzard is actually using Uther's story to most likely signal what's going to happen in the future. Because Uther almost destroyed Bastion, by the way. Why? Because he did not have his access to his full soul. So his decision making was extremely broken and skewed. This is the same thing for Sylvanas. Her decision making is done based on half a person. So the equivalency of this would be, for everyone that's still sort of doubting, imagine someone was in a car crash and they suffered some serious brain damage, right? I'm talking serious brain damage. Brain damage that leaves them with diminished capacity in terms of emotion. So the sections of the brain that deals with emotion and empathy and sympathy gets severely damaged. Now this person sort of resembles almost a psychopath because empathy is completely dead inside of them. And they kill a bunch of people, right? We already in law have this, right? You cannot sentence someone to a life in prison if it can be proven that they had diminished capacity, right? We already have that. So they kill a bunch of people. We then find technology to rebuild the brain and revitalize it. We revitalize it, right? And now they are a full person again, realizing everything that they've done was completely wrong and should not have happened. Do you then judge that person based on the act that they committed when they were severely diminished? Is that justice? To judge that person for murders that they committed when they had really no ability to know that the murders that they were committing was actually wrong because they had no empathy, no sympathy, no feelings of remorse whatsoever because that part of the brain wasn't present at the time. What would you guys say to that? Would you say that that person should be judged to the full extent of the law? Death penalty on the table for that person? Or do you think, well, it's not really that person, right? Sylvanas was a pawn. For the moment she was turned a banshee by authors, her actions are not entirely her own, not even when she regains some sort of control. Sociopath's empathy after they've done atrocities is kind of inhumane. I think the jailer knew that. He did know that. That's part of his punishment to her. Then we have to forgive Arthas for his actions as well, since Zuval was controlling him since the beginning. Mocha, I've done that already. And Uther has done that as well. Uther literally said, what we've done to him was not justice, it was vengeance. Empathy does not negate the foreknowledge that murder is wrong. Cash, you can't really say that. You can't make that claim. The very reason you know that murder is wrong is a two-pronged approach from a biological standpoint. I can tell you that murder is wrong, but if you have no empathy, there is a very real chance that if someone makes you angry enough, you're gonna kill them. The thing that stops most humans from killing someone that makes them angry is the knowledge of what the other person would be feeling in that moment. And not doing it because you can know how that person would feel in that moment if you did that to them. If you remove empathy, that's not there. By the way, that's every sociopath. They don't have the ability to feel what someone else feels. So they hurt them, they do terrible things to them because they simply do not know better, right? The thing that stops me is going to jail. Deep fry Walter, that's not really true. In fact, it's actually been proven that jail is incredibly... what's the English word for it? Jail is incredibly ineffective with dealing with criminals. It literally makes no difference. Someone who suffers from a lack of empathy, jail means nothing to them. It doesn't stop them. If you want to be a criminal, you're going to be a criminal regardless of jail time. This is one of the reasons the death penalty is such a stupid penalty. Because if the death penalty actually helped to curb crime, that would be one thing. But it's been proven that the death penalty doesn't actually help curb crime. Like, it doesn't stop someone from doing something. So that's why killing someone after they've done something, it really doesn't mean much, right? Remember also that jails used to be rehabilitation centers. They were supposed to rehabilitate people. Of course, they've become nothing more than just a holding pen for all the worst of the worst. And then they get released back into the streets where nothing ever happens because they can't find a new job. They can't do anything because now they're a convict. So there's a whole bunch of issues with that. But when you talk about this person that had brain damage and killed a bunch of people because they made him angry, you cannot judge that person on those actions. At least I don't think you can. I think that would be very dangerous to do. So then we get into, we take this back to Sylvanas, and you do have to start asking yourself, should Sylvanas be held responsible for things that she did when she had no idea that she was actually doing stuff that was wrong? When her capacity to reason was so extremely limited. First time on stream Akalon, super glad to be here. Abez, thank you very much for joining, really appreciate that. Wanted to ask, could the jailer be using some kind of time magic, like the Infinite Dragonflight, to change reality? That portal looked a lot like Chromie or Infinite Dragonflight magic. It is entirely possible, but we already know that he is making his way to the sepulcher of the first ones, right? So in that sense, I don't necessarily think that it's time magic. I think it's simply, it's a Titan-esque kind of portal. right? Which is what the dragons to some extent use as well. To atone like Uther, there's most likely going to be some atonement. Absolutely. But that atonement is most likely not going to come from Sylvanas feeling forced to do so. You have to understand something. The Ranger General Sylvanas have just been reunited with the terrible things that she has done. She's not going to argue over atonement. She is going to atone of her own accord. She herself is most likely going to punish herself harsher than anyone else could for the things that she has done, even though she was not the one that did it to begin with. So yeah, I do think we're in for... No, I don't think she's going to go to Revendreth, but I do think we're in for quite a big story. Talk about what? Can we talk about Zuval and the Maker's flawed design, prove Titans meddled, or just reuse title? No, I do believe it's proof that the Titans meddled, Apocalypse. 100%. The Makers, the first ones, designed the universe, and you can sort of see it, and this is something that I do have a video planned for. The Makers designed the universe in such a way that the Eternal Ones and the Titans would have free will to change things if it wasn't going according to plan. This is something Zuval severely despises and hates. You see, because he sees problems within the design. The fact that the Titans and the Eternal Ones had the capability of changing the rules, reshaping things to benefit them. This he hates, right? And that's why his new design is based on complete domination. So he will reforge the universe, and then he will force everyone to serve. That way, no one fucks up. The chat is going too fast for even me to keep up. I'm trying so hard to read everyone's thoughts. I love it. I must say, I'm a bit blown away by all the viewers and how fast the chat is going. Alex, thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. I'll download it now. What do you guys think of this thumbnail? Yay or nay? Doxman, thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. It's boring as fuck. So, Alex, if it is boring as fuck, how would you make it better? How can you not see it? It's fucking right there. Can you see it now? Oh, I agree with him actually, Alex. I can't remember this boss's name, but keep the boss in there, right? So keep this guy in there. But this side, Garrosh's face. So the close-up of Garrosh's face right behind him. Or maybe even in front of him. But just the giant Garrosh face. Anime titties. Let's not add anime titties. I think do what Pikurko just said there, Alex. So one thumbnail with just Garrosh's face and reaction at the bottom, and another one with Garrosh's face on the side of this boss, right? So give me those two thumbnails and we'll sort of vote on it. We'll sort of decide which one is better. Okay, so where's this fucking video? Here we go. This is also a short video. really short video. How many views is that video on now? Holy shit. Okay, this I did not expect. Jesus Christ. After an hour and 22 minutes, the video is at 4.9k views. Whew. Oof. Oof. That is the record. I've never had a video perform that well. I have never had a video perform that well. It's going so fast that it's going so fast that it's actually the card is outperforming the actual views, which is insane. This is absolutely fucking insane. All right, fuck it. Let's upload the garage video. Let's get that done and done. Because that has to go up in a couple of minutes. But boys, we feed Akko for another week. I really appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you smacking that like button, hitting that subscribe button. The funny thing here is also that Bolvar and the squad are going to need Sylvanas' help to stop the jailer. So they will have to work with her even if they don't want. RPQ, would they work with her though? Would they actually work with her? Because I don't think so. They really hate her. It's gonna be an interesting cinematic seeing how they deal with her. I'll say that. It's gonna be a very interesting cinematic to see how they deal with her. Callie, how you doing? All right, so what do we call this video? I sort of want to say I regret nothing. I sort of want to have that as the title. Garrosh Beachy's Dummy Mommy. Garrosh, the anime betrayal? No. I did nothing wrong. Not clickbaity enough. For the Horde would actually be cool. So if you just did this, right? You just did for the Horde. Garrosh did nothing wrong. What do you think of that? For the Horde, Garrosh did nothing wrong. All right, we'll use this one. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? All right, there we go. I think that's good. Let's do some hashtag shadow, hashtag Warcraft lore, hashtag Garrosh, hashtag there we go. All right. is the thumb up. Okay, let's quickly see this. Oof. That looks good. Go next. Looks good. And then you have that one. So which one do you guys think? First one, I sort of immediately liked the first one as well. The first one spoke to me. Yeah, it's just so angry. It's so fucking real, bro. Yes. Let's go with the first one. Alex, this one rocks. The first one is awesome. All right, we'll use that one. I'll just take this down a fucking notch just so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Let's do change domination while shutdowns reaction. Go. Thumbnails, reaction. Is that everything? Not a paid promotion. Okay, I'll quickly look for some tags and then we should be done. Hanako, why that game became a joke with 200 days patch? Who gives nothing? Arkil, what do you mean? The first one spoke to me. They're just copy pasting. Love when a thumbnail just smack in 2 minutes. This one claps like a motherfucker. Like your thumbnail definitely is clapping some cheeks. Zaval is the end of all things and a Titan++. The only way to stop him now is to free the other Titan++, Azeroth, the beginning of all things. You think Azeroth is a Titan++ too? I mean, I guess I can see that. Just quickly trying to see. Look for some tags here. I hate tags. Tags make no fucking sense whatsoever.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
I just wake up. My beloved Arbiter is disintegrated by the anti-chooser.
Yes!
So F him. There are 2 things I particularly like. Firstly, the anti-chooser now wears shoes. Secondly, he didn't say enough. If he said that, it will embarrass me.
I just want to say, Zix, I cannot thank the Blizzard team enough for doing away with the fucking Arbiter. I realized you loved her and you placed all your faith in her, but that bitch can die in a fucking fire. Imagine Sargeras and Azeroth team up to stop Zuval, because Sargeras realizes he was played by the Nathrius and the Dread Lords. So he's like, fuck it, I'm joining Azeroth and take Zuval down. That would be really cool. Keep saying it till you're gonna love the tags. They help with search terms equals more for the algorithm. According to YouTube search and discovery team, they don't actually. Like I'm just talking about what they say in their videos. The tags, the search algorithm doesn't look at tags anymore. According to the team, the tags work for Google, not for YouTube. So the Google algorithm still looks for tags in videos, but the YouTube one doesn't. That's according to them. Not saying that it's true, just saying that's what I heard. At least that's what they said. So, you know, be that as it may, I did find some tags that I found that I thought is really cool. So yeah, we should be good to go in a couple of minutes with that reaction video for anyone that wanted to see my reaction to that. Just finishing the upload here. Give me a second, guys. Give me a fucking second. Just calm down, everyone. Calm down. It's nothing but a flesh wound. Loon reveal when? If ever. So the Sepulchre is Azeroth. There's no evidence that shows that the Sepulchre is Azeroth. Why do everyone keep thinking that the Sepulchre is Azeroth? I've been crying all fucking day after that cinematic. Why? Do you think if Anduin cannot be saved by Sylvanas, can that potentially cause a faction shatter next X-Pack? I mean, yes, most likely. I think what's more likely here is that some people are going to want to forgive Sylvanas and some people isn't going to forgive Sylvanas, and that is probably going to shatter the factions. Turalyon is definitely going to play a part in fracturing the alliance. I assume he's going to Azeroth due to the whole world soul dealio. Well, no, he's going to the Sepulchre. The Sepulchre of the First Ones. Now, it's possible that the Sepulchre of the First Ones is on Azeroth, although we've never seen it. Keep thinking it's Azeroth, since Yuval is always talking about coming to our world soul and also wanting to get to the Sepulchre. Well, the problem with the Sepulchre is if it's on Azeroth, I'm going to be a little bit annoyed. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it will annoy me a little bit. I want to go to a Titan homeworld, for the love of fuck. I want to go hang out on a Titan homeworld. Why must I always be denied my pleasures? Why must Blizzard do this to me? Alright, what time is it now? It's 5, so we'll do this video for 7. There we go. Okay. Schedule that. You have been. That's Korthia. Why has he been so intent on getting to Azeroth? Ner'zhul authors something is on Azeroth he wants. Well, yeah, absolutely. It might just be that he wants to destroy Azeroth because Azeroth might be the one thing that can stop him, right? That is definitely something that could potentially be the truth, right? Azeroth is the only Titan strong enough to stop him, and he wants to get to her to kill her before he sets his other plans in motion. Yes, this is definitely true, and definitely something that has to be considered. I said it in my analysis video as well. The cosmological map shows Azeroth as reality. It was literally Sepulchre and Silverpine Forest. I would be a little bit annoyed if that was the case, Lady Survival. Konek, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not gonna lie, I would be slightly disappointed if the Sepulchre is the one in fucking Silverpine. Because that's just lazy, right? That is just lazy. What are you even doing at that point?
Wait, that's terrible. Have a dumpling.
Zoth said the crown of light will only bring darkness. Do you think maybe it refers not to Turalyon, but to Zoval?
No, Zoval doesn't have a crown of light. No, I think that 100% refers to Turalyon. To what end, of course, that remains to be seen. When it's in Undercity, we still have entire backside of Azeroth unexplored. Now, it could be the Sepulchre in Silverpine Forest. Maybe that's why Sylvanas decided to render Lordaeron uninhabitable. Is that possible? Because if Lordaeron had troops in it, it would have stopped. It would have slowed Sylvanas down. Sylvanas and the Jailer down, right? However, by removing any potential troops in Lordaeron, there will be no one close when Zoval finally reaches the Sepulchre. And that might be why she decided to do that in the first place. Why that was always part of the plan. Not saying it is the case, just saying that that's sort of when we get to Big Brain. Could that be where the Sepulchre is? it would still piss me the fuck off. I would still feel like I'm being debated by Blizzard into, now we're just sort of making Azeroth. Now we're just sort of lazy with how we design World of Warcraft. Like, screw it, we could make a new planet for this, but we're just going to go back to Azeroth and make another Cataclysm expansion where there's no new world that we go to. It's just new zones that open up. One of the 6 Cosmic Forces, the new faction in the new X-Pack. If Blizzard actually goes through with Zuval resetting the entire thing, I would legitimately, I would praise them. Because that would take incredible balls. Like, that would take levels of balls that I didn't think Blizzard had. The thing is that when the anti-Chooser disintegrated the Arbiter, where are the Primus, Winter Queen, and Archon? What are they doing? Well, they're sort of defeated already, right? Hearthstone is not canon, but it has a few cards that look similar to the Lordaeron symbol in Throne Room, Halls of Reflection. 5 cards from the first seal to the final seal, and the Explorer book called the symbol Seal of Lordaeron. Might be red herring, might be something to consider. Oh my fuck. So Lordaeron is a city of light, right? It's literally the kingdom of light. Lordaeron worship the light. Lordaeron may have actually been built on incredibly sacred ground, something of extreme importance. There's a couple of interesting things when it comes to... I don't need to look up the cards, Scrappy Coco, because the cards themselves would not be canonical. My theory actually comes from just Lordaeron, just thinking about Lordaeron now. If you stand in the middle of Lordaeron right now, so if you take yourself over to Lordaeron right now and you go stand in the throne room and you turn off all of the in-game sound except for ambience, there's whispers there. There's consistent whispers. It's Arthas. There's a bunch of other whispers. It's sort of on a cycle of different whispers. Things that Arthas says to his father just before he kills him. Different discussions that happens. So what if the reason the jailer has such a hard-on for characters of the light is that whatever he requires lies at the heart of Lordaeron, and in order to access it, he needs a character of light. Whatever it is that lies there will not open unless there is the presence of the light there. And so he can't open the way until such time that he gets a character of the light. And this might be why Sylvanas was told to render Lordaeron completely uninhabitable. So when he finally arrives there, he can simply walk in. There won't be any resistance. There won't be any armies there. He can simply walk in and do what needs doing. Dragon Wolves in the throne room, yes. Apocalypse, you're going to have to link that to me in DM. What happens to the law now? What do you mean what happens to the law, good sir? What if they pull MCU move where Zuval wins and changes reality, but we have X-Pack that we return back to the old system, and that's how Void and Light comes into play? It's possible, although time-traveling expansions tend to fucking blow. Like, I genuinely would prefer not having a time-traveling expansion, if I'm honest. Still laying in bed, but I should get up. Lady Survival, why? Do you have anything specific that you need to be doing? Oh, what happens to the maw now? Not much. The jailer is just gone now, so that's going to probably create a few new problems. What happens to all those souls that he was meant to jail? That he was meant to look over? No reason to leave. The comfies if you don't have to. Yeah, I would say that too. The only reason I got up today is because of the cinematics. If there were no cinematics, I would have started the stream later. I started the stream very early just so that I could watch the cinematics with all of you. Ural is almost definitely going to show up at some point. The question is when and for what purpose. But if Ural finally shows up, it's going to be Howl. Watch the cinematic already. Therno, I have, and the videos is available on YouTube right now. The garage video will be up in about half an hour. Actually, 15 minutes from now. The garage video will be up. The Sylvanas video is up as we speak. Not really, but I feel like shit if I lay in bed all morning. That is true, though. I do have to admit. That is very true. I don't know why, but you can wake up feeling really good and then you stay in bed for like an hour or so, and you just... It's as if your body wants to go back to sleep, and then the rest of your day is just completely fucking ruined. So I get exactly how you feel. Smutnord, how you doing, bro? Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome. That's why I keep saying reorigination should be kept for an exit or entrance at WoW. 10 years after WoW has died completely, 10 years after they've been working on WoW 2 from scratch, my definition of reorigination is actually starting from scratch, so it means going back in time, but not a timeline, just a new game. I mean, if reorigination is ever going to take place, they must have a new WoW. They can't just do reorigination and WoW stays the same. Is the soul that Shalamon was made with? Possible, sure. How long do we think Zuval will reign for? Well, reign for? Probably not long. That's not really a story that I think Blizzard can tell. Not in MMO. So I would be surprised if he reigns at all. Right? Because right now he's just looking for the ability to reset the universe. He's not yet found it. Right? So if he does find it, and he does reoriginate the universe, then we are sort of fucked. Unless Blizzard pulls a massive Final Fantasy thing. What if Blizzard does pull a Final Fantasy thing? Where in order to stop Zuval, we actually destroy the world. Super Sait, I've discussed this a little bit earlier. No. The downsides of that is too big. While it would be amazing, don't get me wrong, I would absolutely love it if Blizzard decided to reset the world. I don't believe that they will. Be happy and sad at the same time. I would fucking love it. It would be 100% what I would be in for. A complete reset of the world? Holy shit, why not? Right? Why not? That could just be cool. But I don't think Blizzard would do that. I think the downsides of that is too pronounced and the upsides are too limited. When's the raid start going to become a thing? Like, do we think it will disappear soon? The raid star might disappear as Zuval arrives on Azeroth. We were told that once the raid star disappears, we will know that the end is near. I believe that was Ian's exact words. I believe his exact words were, when the raid star begins to disappear, we will know that the end is near. I believe so. I could be wrong, but I think that was his exact words. Lucky Penguin, not necessarily. Kibana, how you doing? That's Sargeras going off to Zuval for a major fight. Maybe. But that would mean that Sargeras convinced the Titans that they should let him go. Okay, we should be worried. Sorry. Yeah, you're actually right, Shadikins. That was the exact quote. We should be worried. But worried about what? Could only mean that the end is coming. That's why we should be worried. The raid star in the earth, like in the sky, Stylen. So if you look up in Azeroth, there's a red, like a giant red fucking star right there. Oh, I would say goodbye to my main immediately if it meant a new World of Warcraft with none of the bullshit systems. Just a really cool final send-off of all of the characters and all of the stories with a brand new World of Warcraft coming to fruition. Holy shit. Going back to normal isn't enough for Zaval? No, it would not just be normal. They would have to reset everything. There were whispers in Lordaeron Throne Room? Yep. Yep. I made a video on those whispers long ago, like 2 years ago, speaking about the whispers and what exactly those whispers say and what they could mean. It's pretty interesting when you listen to them, the level of detail that one went into even old places. Mikimoto, I've had my Warlock for over 15 years. And I will start him over in a flash if it means a brand new world. Remember, you are talking about a new world, new story, new everything. Totally, and give us a blank world with systems to build up our new cities, like with some of the new MMOs. Oh my god, can you imagine that? Like, in order to stop Zuval, we destroy the entire universe. Like, we have to destroy everything in order to stop him. So we destroy it, we're back on Azeroth, but there's nothing. There's no Stormwind, there's no Orgrimmar, there is nothing. So we have to go about rebuilding cities. You now have professions being implemented in order to do that. You know, so you have survival professions where you chop wood and bring wood to build a city. You have to, you know, if you're a builder, you have the ability to actually build the cities. So everything sort of has to start from scratch. We have to relearn our entire universe. Can you imagine how cool that would be? We still have a few chapters to come in the campaign. I think there are a lot of things that are going to happen in 9.2. Cliffhanger felt so bad. True, there is still a lot that needs to happen.
Hey there, Echo. What do you think are the chances we will get to help Uther reform his soul and he will then help us save Anduin from under the jailer's control, as a way to redeem himself for not being able to save Arthas from becoming the Lich King and throwing Arthas' soul in the maw after his death?
First of all, thank you for the 22 bits. Really appreciate that. Uther's soul has already been redeemed. It's part of the campaign storyline for the Kyrians. So just stick with that campaign storyline. You'll eventually get there where you reunite him with his soul and he is redeemed as an act of redemption. I think Uther is going to be far more impactful with Sylvanas and her redemption than it is going to be with Anduin. But I do think after Sylvanas, he's probably going to go after Arthas himself. I don't think Uther would necessarily waste too much time with Anduin. He didn't know Anduin, right? Nor would he have cared all that much. He'd be far more interested in saving Arthas, I think. Sylvanas and Arthas should be the ones to help Anduin. I think that's what's going to happen. Look, I just believe that World of Warcraft needs a reset. I think World of Warcraft has gotten to the point where there's just too much. There's just too much. It's become a point now where new players really struggle to get into the game. It's at a point where new players cannot possibly hope to understand the story unless you've been playing this game for a really long time. The story is completely alien to you. And the reason for it is there's no reason to play the story. Blizzard have handled expansion so poorly that you there's literally no reason for you to play other expansions because they're nullified as soon as the new expansion comes out. So most new players have no clue about the story. It's daunting to get into. There's so much convolution. Some of the classes should actually be merged with other classes. Classes should get a rework from start to finish. I just think World of Warcraft desperately needs a reset. Something that takes the game back to basics, back to exploration, back to something that wowed players 16 years ago. Right? Because 16 years ago, we were all wowed getting into World of Warcraft. That's no longer the case. So, what World of Warcraft should be, is it should serve as the catalyst for the new WoW. All of that lore, all of that story should tell the story of how we got to where we are now. Right? It should not, we need, I think World of Warcraft needs something new. Frosted Cookies, how you doing? Imagine starting with World of Warcraft retail now and then trying to learn about the lore before. It's a mess, right? If you really try to do that, it is an absolute mess. New characters. Final Fantasy had 13 or so entries. There's a reason they had the Calamity to have their MMO start from, when memories were even altered. Well, yes and no. I mean, Final Fantasy, from what I understand, the Final Fantasy numbers do not follow one another. So Final Fantasy 12 and Final Fantasy 13 has nothing to do with each other, right? They're not the same. Ivers, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's not really why the Calamity took place, right? Chaos, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Calamity took place because the game was absolutely shut. And they sort of didn't have a choice but to basically destroy the whole world and start from scratch. And I think World of Warcraft could really benefit from something like that. Does reset entail losing every mount and transmog collected? Zanria, yes. Yes. It entails a complete clean slate. Something completely new, like a new game. And yeah, that might suck for a lot of people. But you'll have new mounts that you can collect. You'll have new achievements that you can collect. You'll be in a brand new world that's completely open to you now to do things in that you never fucking thought was possible, right? And there is opportunity in that. There's something magical about that as well. If we're doing a complete reset, then why WoW? Why Blizzard? Why not Dreamhaven? CCS, because they will never let Dreamhaven go. They will never let WoW go to Dreamhaven. If it's anything like the Final Fantasy 14 reset, Lady Survival, all the main characters will still be there. So someone like Sylvanas will still be there. They will survive the Great Reset, if you will. But the story arcs will change, right? So the story will be completely different. You're assuming the reset allows anyone to leave. An MMO needs some ground for story to unfold. A reset seems unlikely. 30, what do you mean? We got a new world where people worship Illidan? Probably not that. Sylvanas truly serves the enemy of all. Make guilds relevant again. Get rid of the raid finder and the lag. Mikimoto, there's a lot of things that I think they should get rid of. And I don't necessarily think that it's Aleph G. I don't think Aleph G is the thing that makes WoW unfriendly to the MMO aspect. I think it's the handling of Aleph G that makes WoW unfriendly, right? So the way that Blizzard handles their automatic systems makes it so that people really don't have to talk to one another, really don't have to know each other. And that is, so I've always said Aleph G should be removed and it should be moved to normal. So you should replace normal with Aleph G, but on normal difficulty, so that people in the group still have to talk to one another, right? They still have to converse. I would also make the group smaller. So rather than having a 30-man Aleph G, I would do a 10, maybe 15 man at most. And the reason for that is then it's more intimate and it allows people to sort of discuss with one another. 30 people, you get lost in the sea of people, right? I've seen how Final Fantasy does it. Like, I've seen how Final Fantasy does it, and their LFG tool does not suck. People are still chatting and talking to each other. People are still giving each other pointers on how to do certain things. There's actual camaraderie in their LFG tool, but it's because it's small, intimate groups. It doesn't feel overwhelming, right? It doesn't feel like you're just lost in the sea of voices. And that's something that I think WoW, LFG, and LFR needs, right? Is the revamp that allows people to feel more intimate with one another and also to need one another, right? So if you sign up in LFG for a dungeon, dungeons shouldn't just be face roll. Dungeons should have tactics. Proper tactics that people need to follow in order to get it done, which means that we're talking to each other. Something that they do amazingly well in Final Fantasy is if it's anyone's first time running the dungeon, they actually tell you that there's extra rewards for you because it's someone else's first time in the dungeon. That way, everyone sort of wants to help everyone get the dungeon done because you want the extra rewards at the end. I think that's amazing. I think that's exactly what's required in World of Warcraft. The problem right now is new players are almost always a downside in World of Warcraft because all a new player means, and I know this because I've gone into dungeons before where someone will go, this is my first time here, and my first thought is, oh, for fuck's sake. This guy's going to be a burden. It's going to fucking suck, right? And then usually they die and I just tell the healer, don't race them. Just leave them dead. Let's just kill the boss, right? Because there's a chance they're going to wipe us if they don't fucking... if they're alive and can run around with bullshit things. So there's no reason for you to like new players in World of Warcraft. Whereas in Final Fantasy, new players means extra loot. So it's great when you have a new... In fact, I've gotten to the point wherever I do dungeons with people who aren't... If there's no new person in the dungeon, it's sort of sad because I'm not going to get extra shit. For me, the problem with that is you have to accept the fact that there are people that play the game that don't want to make friends necessarily. And while I understand that many people go, well, it's an MMO, dude, they need to fucking get over it. It's not quite how it works, right? It's not quite how it works. You can't just you can't just force people. You're going to lose a lot of players, right? So you want to make it in such a way that a lot of the content is so difficult that you need friends for it. So, for example, what I'm suggesting, you remove LFR because it's useless. You make LFR normal. You reduce the cap for LFR from 30 people or 20 people, 25 people, however many people is in LFR right now, right back down to 10 or 15 people. So it's small groups. It's not a massive group of people going in there. It's a small, tiny group of people that can actually talk to each other and discuss things amongst themselves, right? So that's sort of the first thing that you do. Then you have heroic difficulty. There's no mythic difficulty. There's heroic difficulty. Every boss on heroic has a hard mode setting. So you can activate the hard mode for the boss and kill the boss on hard mode. It doesn't award you extra gear. It simply gives you the prestige of knowing that you killed this boss on hard mode. Maybe it gives you some cosmetics, right? But it doesn't give you actual item level gear. But that's difficult. That's where you need a guild because heroic is going to be quite difficult. Francesca, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you make that really, really difficult, really hard. And hard mode is almost impossible to do. Like, players have to be perfect to do their hard modes. You do the same thing with dungeons, right? Normal dungeon is quite difficult. There is a lot of tactics that need to be followed. TBC Warrior, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. So normal dungeons have tactics. They have things that need to be followed. It is sort of difficult. It's not just a complete shit show, piss take, run over everything. But then you have heroic dungeons, which is actually very hard. So if you're going to do those with pugs, they're going to be quite hard, right? They're going to be quite an obstacle for you to get through. And then mythic dungeons, or your mythic plus, that's for the insane players. So the people that they're going to go super hard. And for that, you absolutely need people on Discord. You need people to be hanging out. You need people to talk to each other. But then most importantly, you make the world hard again. So don't send me out to kill 10 things that simply fall over. No. You ask me to kill 2 or 3 things, but I require tactics to kill those things. They do a lot of fucking damage. They hit very hard. They have to be kited around. You have to dodge the mechanics that they throw at you. The mobs are not just going to fall over in your face. And that way, people are automatically going to find groups to do content with. Because it's going to be easier, right, for me to actually just join up with 5 other people and finish the mobs that I need to kill than it's going to be for me to kill it myself. Because it's like Classic WoW. In Classic WoW, people are constantly inviting other people to the group because killing 1 mob is difficult. Killing 2 mobs is nearly impossible. Killing 3 mobs is impossible. You'll just get fucking one shot. Like the mobs just kill your demon as a warlock, and then they come kill you. And you get pushed back so much in your casting that you can't even finish the cast, right? I'm talking about leveling, not fucking, not when you get to finally max level sort of stuff in Classic WoW. But that is something that you want to do, right? That is sort of how you want to make the game hard again so that people actually get into it and love it. Look like that, so that leaked image must have been the Primus. Well, yes. I'm convinced that leak image was the Primus. Lady Survival, the thing that I hate about WoW is that if I make a new alt, I can literally level all the way to Shadowlands without interacting with any players at all, unless you queue for a dungeon. But even then, no one talks, but if they do, it's toxic. But if you compare it to Classic, you see players everywhere and everyone is social and helpful. But now even Classic isn't the same anymore. It's toxic and lonely too now. I think the problem with it is just how gaming works now, right, Lady Survival? You as a developer have to put in a lot of effort to incentivize social interactions, right? Gamer mentality changed. Everybody toxic now. Everybody knows better because they saw a video. Back in the days, you played the game and we had no clue. Video, but why does Final Fantasy still work that way? In all my time playing Final Fantasy, I've not encountered a single toxic person. At all. Like, at all. Granted, I'm only starting Heaven's Ward tomorrow. So I'm only in the second expansion from tomorrow. I'll do that on stream, by the way, for anyone that wants to see that story. But I've not encountered any toxic players in Final Fantasy. I've heard of people that do. Razor Connor just said he has. But it's very limited. There's very few toxic people in Final Fantasy. The game incentivizes people to work together, right? They almost teach you from the beginning that you have to work together. If you don't, you won't get far. So people are automatically incentivized to put their toxic natures aside and actually just play the game with all of their friends. At least in my realm in Korthia, there's communication now, but that's because the content is still new to everyone. Yeah, that will change as soon as everyone knows the content. Tabby, I agree. Changes when it gets more players. Video, I mean, Final Fantasy is very close to WoW in terms of player numbers. Like, there's a lot of people playing Final Fantasy now. And I don't think so, because here's the other thing that you need to remember. Those devs take no shit. So Asmongold reported players that were stream sniping him. A couple of hours later, he got an email from the devs saying that those players were banned. Those players' accounts were removed. You want to know what happens in World of Warcraft if you get stream sniped? Like, If you open a ticket telling the devs that this guy is stream sniping you want to know what happens? Literally nothing. Literally fuck all. You're lucky if you get a message back from a GM. Like, they don't give a fuck. I've reported so many people in World of Warcraft, and I've seen those same people still running around, just doing whatever they do to be toxic, and nothing ever fucking happens. Also, the idea that Final Fantasy hasn't been out long enough, it's been a decade. Right? I believe they celebrated their 10-year anniversary not long ago. So what's their secret number? Is it 12 years, 11 years, 13 years, 14 years? Because WoW's been toxic for a long time now. I just want to say, it's not as if WoW has turned into, like, suddenly overnight in BFA, the toxicity started. WoW's been toxic ever since, I would say, Mists of Pandaria, actually. Probably Cataclysm, even. Toxicity already started up in WoW. So, WoW's toxicity problems started way earlier than, you know, Final Fantasy is old right now. So no, the truth is, if your GMs truly care, your game devs truly care, you can take care of shit. Right? You take care of that shit. So if someone gets reported for bad actions, Final Fantasy they hold no prisoners. They literally just ban you straight up. Goodbye. And they're quick about it, right? They take it very seriously. For example, it's against TOS to link DPS meters in Final Fantasy. Something I didn't even know. I was told about this. You're actually not allowed. You can get reported for that. You're not allowed to link your DPS meters and call someone out. Like, you can't go in Final Fantasy and say, oh my god, your DPS is shit, dude. What the fuck are you doing? That is something that is very much frowned upon. If it's not going to get you banned from the game, it's almost guaranteed going to get you kicked from every group. And then you're sort of fucked. Right? Because you have your own little shard. And if everyone on the shard knows that you're a piece of shit that links DPS meters and stuff and toxic about it, you're not getting any groups. Deep Fry Water, first and foremost, their classes are extremely balanced, right? And the way they handle their classes, it's not... it's more obvious than most. And also, very few of their bosses is DPS meter bosses. It's more about the content, right? It's more about dancing around abilities. So very few of their bosses have, like, the enraged timers on the bosses are incredibly long. Like, fucking incredible. I mean, like, one of the bosses I encountered had, like, a 30-minute enraged timer. So they don't really rush people to do the boss. Instead, they prioritize staying alive on the boss more so than anything else. So you have to focus far more on movement and staying out of damage and dealing with mechanics than you ever have to focus on DPS. DPS is very much a secondary personal thing for you. Like, you can have a damage meter and just sort of, you know, focus on your own DPS, see how high you can push your DPS. But other people's damage doesn't matter. It's more important that they do the tactics right. D-Fry, I just explained to you, their bosses don't have a DPS requirement. Their bosses have a lot of movement and mechanical requirements. So places that you have to quickly go stand, places that you have to move apart from one another, places that you have to make sure that you're not close to anyone else. And it's very quick. It's like fucking super quick. Like, those mechanics can change on a whim. Like, you're moving out of this thing, and then suddenly the next thing comes, and you have to fucking move out of that thing again, and then you have to move out of that thing again. So you are constantly running around trying to move out of things, trying to do the tactics correctly. So they've put far more emphasis on tactics rather than just straight up boss DPS. Yeah, you have to sort of be prepared for everything that's coming and sort of learn how things are going to come your way. So that's how they've managed to get people's minds off of the idea of DPS. In World of Warcraft, on the other hand, DPS is everything. If your DPS is low, you fucking suck, right? Nico Spider, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Nico. I really appreciate that. Like sarcastic back in the days? BDO, there's definitely an issue with people being way too thin-skinned nowadays. Because I've seen, on Twitter, I've seen people going, oh my god, WoW is so toxic. And then they have a screenshot of a guy that called them stupid for dying to a mechanic. And I'm like, it's not quite toxicity, right? That's not like, oh my god, call the president. We have a criminal on our hands, right? That's just, yeah, you died to a mechanic that you should not have died to. You know. You are a bit stupid for dying there, right? So that's true. People are a lot more sensitive these days, and I don't think you should be. I don't think people should be oversensitive to anything in life. You should learn how to grow a thick skin and take criticism. You take the good with the bad, but there are genuine toxicity, right? I've seen it before. It's been directed at me before. Now, I'm one of those people that genuinely don't give a fuck, right? So whenever people are incredibly toxic to me, I find it funny. I was forged in the fires of League of Legends, I suppose, in my formative years. Because, yeah, I've had people tell me that my mom is going to die of cancer, or they hope that my mom is going to die of cancer. She's dead already from cancer, so, you know, I guess that wish came a bit late. But I've had that. I've had people say that they're going to fuck my dad, they're going to fuck my mom, they're going to fuck my sister. I don't even have one, but they're going to do that. So I've had all of that, right? I just always find it funny. Like, I laugh my ass off when someone goes absolutely balls to the wall ballistic. You know, and what are you going to do, right? I don't find that at all an issue. But there are people that do. There are people that genuinely feel like that is fucking miserable. And you should not be talking to people that way. And if the devs truly care, they remove people like that, right? Greenbeard, how you doing, brother? Yeah, we're talking about League of Legends. Whenever I die to mechanic that I shouldn't have, I perfectly expected to be called out on. So something, sometimes in swears, etc., that comes with territory whenever doing server first and hard mode server, some of the language is going too far. Iluzak, I agree with you. But the reason the language is going too far is because Blizzard makes no effort in trying to curb that language, right? Blizzard makes no evidence in trying to put people, to pull people back. Blizzard's developers clearly don't do enough to punish people when that language goes too far. Because whenever you put a bunch of people, like, when you have one person, right, they could be a genius. When you have two people, they're usually above average. When you have three people, they're morons. This is just how it is. If you have 20 people in a group, the chances are that that group's IQ is moronic at best. People in groups act stupidly. There's nothing you can do about it. That's just human nature. Because it's usually the lowest common denominator. So whoever has the lowest IQ drags the entire group's IQ down to their level. That's just life. Now, what you need there is for the company to step in and say, okay, listen here, guys, this is the line. You cross that line, you get fucked. So if you go over this line, we will remove you. We will ban you. That way, people learn what is acceptable toxicity and what is unacceptable toxicity, right? Because you've given them the tools required to understand what is acceptable and what isn't. With World of Warcraft, those tools almost never exist. Those tools may as well just be... may as well just not exist whatsoever. That's the sad part of World of Warcraft. Super Said, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the stream. I think we will see Elune or some sort of help from her, because I think anyone can stop Zuval, and we saw Elune's power counter, his chains. Your opinion? Nameless Ghoul, so we're sort of now thinking that it might be Azeroth. Azeroth might actually be the one who manages to stop Zuval. It might not actually be Elune. I don't know if Blizzard wants to release Elune. I don't know if Blizzard wants to show us Elune just yet. Singular win point to Final Fantasy, and it hurts. Apocalypse, what's that win point? Tell me. Think all the cosmic forces will work together because Zuval is the enemy of all? Can you imagine all of the cosmic forces working together? All of the old gods, all of the void lords, all of the fucking demons, everyone working together. When you link... Oh my god. Is this a boss? I have not seen this boss before. I do know this is a paladin, but I've not seen this boss before. Crimson Spike, you really can't what? Treasure hunt bosses? Ah. These are treasure hunt bosses? Nice. I can't wait to get to those. A good guy again, Tyrande and boss, after he seeks out Jailer for redemption against Sylvanas. Wait to bed, how you doing, bro? No, Tyrande will definitely not be an end boss. That's definitely not happening. Wait to bed. But I thank you for caring about my reaction. I cared about my reaction as well. I was absolutely fucking speechless after that. Ludes, are you serious? Fuck, I love how... No, you know, this is a Final Fantasy thing. I love how much effort... Flinderoinkies, yes. My reaction is on YouTube. I love how much effort Final Fantasy puts into every aspect of their game. You know, from professions, treasure hunts, exploration. There's so much painstaking effort that's put into every single thing there. Deal with her pain over Tildrassil either. Sylvanas and Sylvanas has that in common. Sylvanas didn't get that chance either. I mean, Sylvanas was killed before she could even deal with it, Mary. I mean, Shadowbringers, not Shadowlands. Mix them up all the time. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not there yet. I'm still at Heavensward. There's so much in it besides your typical WoW MMO style stuff. I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy tomorrow. We'll be streaming Final Fantasy tomorrow and Friday. Because I want to start with Heavensward. And I haven't been able to start yet because, well, we've been doing a lot of World of Warcraft stuff. So I want to get back into Final Fantasy from tomorrow onwards. And I'm probably going to do some WoW after the stream. Like after I've had... I need to go to the shop actually. Because I have no food in my fucking house at the moment. Tubby Storm, thank you much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, I've legit not been able to buy any food yet. So, yeah, I have to go to the shop. What do you think had to happen for Zuval to lose his sigil in the first place? Big crack in chest, since he always talked about betrayal. Chaos, so... I think it was forcibly removed from him. I'm not entirely sure how yet, but I do believe that it was forcibly removed from him, right? Not sure if Luna will step in, but she can. Can she wake Azeroth? If anyone can, it must be her, right? Silo, what's the best meat in South Africa? I mean, we don't have things like prime cuts or anything, right? So I don't really know how the metric or rating system in South Africa works. Wonder if you think that could be the curveball in all of this. Read my last statement, please. Minion, Boerewors is amazing. I'm not the biggest fan of Boerewors, but it is amazing. Or can be good. Not all of it, but some can be. Just got back from doing the grocery shopping. Can we now say that the 5 candles to light the way might have been about the first 1 sigils? Absolutely. Like, I called this during my analysis. So my analysis will be live tomorrow evening. Oh, actually tomorrow afternoon. As we start the stream, I will have the analysis video up for all of you. But in my analysis, I actually say this. The 5 sigils now is 100% confirmed that it is the... It was always talking about the 5 sigils. The 5 keys to open the way, the 5 torches to light the path. This is what it was always about. It was about the sigils, and the opening of the path is to the destruction of the universe, right? The re-origination of the universe, if you will. So yes, absolutely. Wait, no. No, when Arthas killed Sylvanas, her soul was ripped from her, right? And all he left her with was anger and hatred. So this is the first time that she's reunited. You could actually see it in the cinematic. Blizzard actually showed it very nicely, where, you know, as the soul gets placed back into her, she grabs her chest where she was stabbed, right? Because that's the last thing the soul remembers. As soon as the soul gets back into a physical body, the soul grabs hold of the last place that they were stabbed. So that's the last thing that soul remembers, is being stabbed by Arthas's blade. You mean, why did the souls release? Well, because they were in Frostmourne. But I'm now starting to think more and more that a lot of those souls that was inside Frostmourne were taken by the jailer directly. So that portal that he opens there, that's his little vault of important souls. That's where he keeps all of the souls that is very useful to him. Right? That line, every soul has a purpose. Those are the souls that he find has a purpose. And there's souls in the helm as well, yes. Self-emerge? Yeah. Kamekins, exactly. I mean, we called Sylvanas' soul being split literally when that cinematic came out, and at the time, people told me I was crazy. At the time, people said I'm lying. And then when Uther's cinematic came out, I called it again. I said, okay, this happened to Sylvanas too. And people said, no, clearly not. Look at what happened to Uther. None of this ever happened with Sylvanas. And I was like, no, it's right there in the cinematic. It happened. And people were like, no, you're a fucking liar. You don't know what you're talking about. I actually had people telling me, read some lore, bro. And here we are. Here does it appear the narrative of death comes for the soul of your world, been out aside. Because that narrative is still coming, right? That narrative is definitely still coming. Every soul has a purpose, kind of makes sense with the sign being used for the Arbiter. Exactly, Manius One. Lady Survival, you have no idea. Well, actually, you would have an idea. You also make videos on this. You probably get as many people who don't like certain things and just dismiss them as completely wrong. I wonder if it's something that is incidental, or if Arthas was able to control which soul Frostmourne did that too. No, Arthas would probably have had control. Remember, Arthas wanted to punish Sylvanas, so that's why he took most of her soul and only left the part that he felt was useful to him, right? Which is the anger, because he wanted to turn her into a banshee. You don't, like I said before, earlier in the stream, the last thing you want is a banshee that can sort of feel empathy and doesn't want to react, right? So he only gave her enough that she could do what needs doing. Flinderoink it's fucking good, isn't it? I love the amount of people who were screaming only 2 days ago that have gone silent as fuck now. They are proven wrong. That always happens. That always happens. There's always people that know better, and then when they finally find out that they didn't know, then it's like, oops. Now I'm just gonna pretend like I never said anything. And it's like, what, motherfucker? Come at me now. Like, you know, come say all those shit to me. Like, come say all those things to me now, right? Come tell me how I don't know the lore of World of Warcraft, even though it's my literal fucking job. Come tell me how I'm a moron and I don't know how to predict the story, even though that's not even my job. I don't predict the story. I just talk about the cool things that I think could happen. So yeah, it's like other pros. That's why I'm here. I just hope to help find something you can work with. I'm not a pro, right? So one of the reasons I don't, like, whenever I do say the words, I fucking called it, it's almost always done as sort of a joke, right? It's because if I truly laid claim to everything that I called, I would have to go back and delete like half my videos, right? Because take, for example, Sylvanas, or take Zuval. I had theories where Zuval was the absolute evil, like the ultimate evil. And then I had theories where Zuval was actually the savior. So I'm covered, right? If Zuval turned out today to be the savior, I could go, fucking called it. Told you guys he's the savior. The fuck did I say? All of you haters, fuck you, right? I called it. And if Zuval turns out not to be the good guy, I could go, fucking called it. Told you all, fuck all of you haters. What do you know, right? But I made videos on both of those fucking theories, right? So it's not, I'm like 50% correct because I did make a video saying that I myself am wrong, right? But the reason I do those is because I don't care about being right. I just care about fun stories. Like, I just look at where the game is now, and then I think, well, what could be cool about, you know, X, Y, or Z? Right? So if we did go down that route or that route, how could the story play out? So I cover all of the avenues that the story could go in because I find them all really cool. And then I sort of wait for Blizzard to confirm one of my theories as being correct so that I can start speculating again. Void Trindle, Blizzard wanted us to see snake around Anduin's hand. The damn Void is going to ninja steal the shit from Zaval. Oh my god, I fucking completely forgot about that. Was used to forge the Moan Blade. Anduin wields. Don't know yet. Thank you much for the first time chat, by the way, but genuinely don't know yet, Francista. But yes. The Void is now with Zuval. Because the Void is inside Anduin. It's sort of just chilling, but it is inside Anduin. Captain Big Plan, how you doing, bro? Echo the Void Lord. I wouldn't say I'm always right. I would hate it if I'm always right. Like, then what would be the point of the story? Blizzard writers would be really bad if I was always right. Got this comment on my reaction. Death to Ian and the Newser. Death to every Horde player. Death to Lady Survival who loves genocide. And I replied, yes, the person who wishes IRL death to real human beings over them like liking a fantasy character where nothing is real. Oh, the irony. Like I said, it is usually the most toxic people who do not understand how toxic they actually are. It's always the toxic, it's always the people that think that they're on the side of right that does the worst things ever. And, you know, we can use real life examples of this. Half of the people that followed the Nazis and they called themselves Nazis thought that they were fighting on the side of right. They didn't know that they were the monsters. You see, they thought that they were fighting the monsters. That's the issue with World of Warcraft as well. Half of the people that think that they are the White Knights, the saving grace of World of Warcraft, isn't the saviors. They are the toxic pieces of shit that everyone tries to avoid. So yeah, I would say Hey man, big fan here. Wish you all the best from Brazil. Frantista, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. No, not going political. I was just trying to use an example that isn't related to WoW, because if you use an example related to WoW, some people just shut the fuck down. Yeah, Hayako, I thought it was super interesting in the cinematic when the jailer gets the orb and says the word mine. His voice is just the pure Lich King voice. Thought it was interesting audio. As I didn't even listen to that, I would have to go back and listen to it again. I would have to go back and listen to it again. But thank you for making me aware of that. I'm definitely going to give it another listen later tonight. Same for the Crusade. Same for the Invasion of the Americas. Greedy, egotistical maniacs without heavy conscience. What did Sylvanas expect from the jailer? That they are some sort of partners? Just watch the video. Yeah, she thought that they were working together. She thought that they wanted the same thing. An end to the control. What she didn't realize, and what the jailer did perfectly, he used her anger and her hatred to blind her to the actual truth. And now the words from Ajara rings more true than ever before. Treacherous Banshee, do you think me blind to the darkness you seek to unleash? While Ajara wasn't speaking about Sylvanas being blind, Sylvanas herself was blind to the darkness that she was seeking to unleash, because she didn't realize that she, in fact, was being played. Minion, I have no idea. I think Pyro is playing a lot of Final Fantasy these days. And I think that's why he hasn't made any new WoW videos. Also, from what I can tell, he's not very happy with the writing for World of Warcraft. So it seems like he's sort of, for now at least, maybe stopped making videos about World of Warcraft. Also, I understand his stream has just been exploding. So he might just become a full-time streamer or part-time streamer, but no more World of Warcraft or no more YouTube videos. Siva Semi, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not everyone enjoys YouTube. I don't know. I can't speak for Paramount here at all, but there are a lot of content creators that don't actually enjoy YouTube, that prefer to do live streams instead, right? They prefer to do live streams instead. So they'd rather just, as soon as they can afford it, they just move. They just move on. You see, I don't necessarily think that that line necessarily means that the first ones are Titans. I think it simply means that the Titans meddled in the creation of the first ones. But it doesn't necessarily have to mean that the Titans are the first ones. It's pure hell, double, triple, unskippable ads. Kudza, you're telling me I have gotten to the point now where I don't even watch YouTube on my phone anymore, because the amount of unskippable ads. As a streamer or as a YouTube content creator, it's amazing. You get a lot of money, right? Money is better on YouTube than it's ever been, albeit not right now. So it was great about 2.5, 3 months ago. Right now, money's very much down. But that's just because there's, it's that time of the year. Nothing cool is happening right now on in the world, so no one's really advertising. But yeah, the issue, the biggest issue I have is the fact that YouTube is veering on the edge of almost unwatchable sometimes. I want to watch a quick video, 5 minutes. I get like 4 fucking ads in a 5-minute video. I'm like, holy shit, bro. 2, yeah, sure, but 5, what the fuck is this? Good for achieving stream stuff though. 99% of my Aqua stuff I watch non-live. I would say YouTube streaming is getting there. It's still not anywhere near the point where I would leave Twitch for it. I don't think YouTube streaming is anywhere near as good as Twitch streaming. The community building on Twitch is just a million times better. It's so much easier to get in touch with the community, feel like you're linked with your community. YouTube feels a little bit almost like an estranged relationship. It's also bad for modding. It's bad for monetization, which is also a huge issue for me at the moment. You know, on Twitch, you have things like gifted subs, you have things like bits, you have things like donations, and Twitch also gives you so many freedoms when it comes to actually building alerts and stuff around that, which is awesome, right? And it allows for people to build community within themselves. Like I said earlier in the stream, it does not matter. And by the way, Mortal E Siva, Toby Storm, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think this streamer has a far less impact on the amount of people that watch him than what most people think, because a lot of it also comes down to the community that you watch with the streamer, right? So you're actually not just hanging out with the streamer, you are also hanging out with the community. I see it all the time. The amount of times you guys tag each other and have conversations in the chat, right? That almost never happens on YouTube. On YouTube, everyone is just talking to the streamer, right? They want the streamer to notice them. Here and there, there'll be one or two people that sort of discuss something very quickly and then they move on and they listen to the streamer again. Whereas I have had it where people have incredible conversations that I'm not a part of at all. I have nothing to add to that conversation because it's not to do with me. You have two people just tagging each other and sort of going at it in the conversation. Then you have maybe 3 or 4 other people joining in and everyone's now having a conversation with each other. So the community on Twitch is just far more, I think, connected than it is on YouTube. So that's going to take a while for YouTube to figure out how do you build that sort of community on YouTube. YouTube and Twitch, I like to be informed. What I miss here, I go to YouTube for, and vice versa. Google is trying to take on every sector, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best option. Well, I definitely think that at some point, there is going to come a point where YouTube will overtake Twitch. Captain Big Plan, thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. There is a point where YouTube will overtake Twitch. YouTube already have far more in the aisle of discoverability. So for streams to actually be discovered, and for people to actually see streams. On Twitch, the only real way of growing is grabbing viewers from other places and bringing them to Twitch. So I imagine, is there anyone in the stream right now that discovered the stream on Twitch? Not through a raid or anything. I'm talking about you saw the stream on Twitch and you clicked on it. I imagine that if there is someone, it's very few people. The vast majority of people would find the stream on YouTube or find my channel, find me on YouTube or Twitter or something like that, and then they would just follow on Twitch, right? They would just come here as well. But it's very rare that you find someone that actually find you on Twitch. Now, that's probably Marcus Gate. How you doing, bro? You found me on Twitch specifically. For today, I think we're sort of lucky. Today and yesterday. Because we've managed to go over 400 viewers today. Over 300 viewers yesterday. So at that point, you get to a place where you're in the sort of top few rows of the category. Right, so now you can sort of be noticed by some people. But if you're even now at 234, I'm imagining what section am I in? I'm in World of Warcraft right now. So let's just quickly go see here. If we go to channel, quickly go pay, see a look here. It's look here. If you're in just no, I'm in World of Warcraft. What the fuck am I doing? So if I go to World of Warcraft, right? So we go to World of Warcraft, and I can show you guys. So let's see where we were earlier. So we were at about 400 viewers, right? 460. So we would have shown up about here. We would have been on this spot right here. Yeah, that's where we would have been if we stayed at 460, which we were at today. But now we're down to 234. Look how far you have to go down, right, to get to those viewership numbers. How many people scroll this far down on Twitch? Like, let's be honest. How many people scroll this far down? It's very few. And that's something that YouTube does not struggle with. Because on YouTube, your videos are discoverable, right? If I stream on YouTube, my stream is with my other videos. So it's easy for people to see that video, discover the video, but then also see the stream and come to the stream. So you have this sort of ecosystem that builds itself and allows for discovery to happen, which you don't get anywhere else, right? Which Twitch just does not offer at the moment, which is sort of, you know, that is what it is. How many people here are streaming classic WoW and not streaming like normal WoW? It's obviously Limit and them would be streaming normal WoW, and I see a bunch of other people doing normal. Method and them have normal like retail WoW, but I've seen a couple of TBC streams here as well. I appreciate that. Your videos on YouTube usually pop up in the first 3 on my main page. Mal, I'm happy to hear that. Mary, I think smaller communities is a hell of a lot better, right? I do think that smaller communities go a lot, like, it goes a longer way to actually, shall we say, connect people. Once you get to a certain size, it's almost impossible to connect with your audience, right? Like, at that point, what do you know? What are you actually going to do, right? So, yeah. I definitely think smaller communities is more fun. If I get to 20,000 views, it becomes far harder to feel a connection with the chat. Because at that point, chat just starts fucking off. Look at Asmongold, he's at 84k viewers. How much of chat do you think Asmongold sees at the moment? Yeah. So everyone is sort of just there trolling and hanging out, and you know, there's literally nothing else, right? Because your streamer can't actually see what you're typing to them. And while that's also fun, I love hanging out in Asmongold's chat because he's a funny guy. It's nice to watch, right? But there is something that goes missing when you reach that level of viewership that sadly you can't get back, right? It is what it is. It's done. Watching him start Final Fantasy, everyone else was one-shotting shit for him. Oh yeah, I got really pissed off at that as well. I got really pissed off at that. But, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go buy some food. I don't usually do this. I don't usually raid people at all. But this is a friend of mine who just got back from her holiday. So I thought we'd go say hello to Vizzy. She is doing just chatting. She's probably going to tell you about her holiday in Italy. So I'm sure that you're going to enjoy it. Even if you don't want to hang out, at least say hello to her. And then you can move on and you can basically go do whatever the fuck it is you want to do. Play wherever, right? I don't mind. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for spending your time with me, for being here with me. I cannot thank you enough. I'm going to go buy some food because I am fucking hungry, right? I enjoyed my time with you. I will see all of you back here tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see you in the next one. Peace out, fam.
I had that one time a long time ago. It was terrible. Really? I never had that. No way, Akko. You did. Rat guy, hi. Alex, how's it going? Welcome.